Okay, part two, crazy world as usual. Thanks for coming back, anybody that comes back. And let me just do this right here. I have to redo everything. Send out all the links all over again. That's okay for part two. Part one, success. I might touch back on part one, but part two now coming up. And yeah, I'm just taking a breather, taking a walk, going, getting my mojo built back up. That was a good mojo spender right there. Yeah. But yeah, show notes are going to be pretty good. So let's see. Part two. Yeah, I got the title. It's My Crazy World from the conference I went to tonight. The Strange Realities conference, which was really good. And, you know, it was very personal. The conference was very personal, very one-on-one. It was not a stage, an auditorium away. You didn't have to pay for autographs. It was, I loved it. It was great. And I didn't know they were a thing until 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Okay, let me get my butt back out of top chat, put myself in live chat. Okay. Nope, not right now. Right now, dude, I can't talk right now. That was a phone call coming in, and I am doing the show. Come to me on Facebook. Talk to you on Facebook. Talk to me on Facebook. That's what I got to do right now. I don't see any messages from Facebook, so I'm going to stick to here. I can't talk right now. Right now, no. But yeah, the hold on. The conference was very good. Like I said, very personal, and everybody was. You could talk to everyone. You could just go up to them. I met Kiki Dombrowski one on one. It was great. Let me see. Okay, what am I doing? Yeah, some people don't got no respect. But the conference was excellent. And I'm gonna go. I mean, they're okay. Friends of the Quantum Show now include Strange Realities. Now include Strange Realities. Friends of the Quantum Show. Because really, it was quantum entanglement that took me there. I had no way of knowing that they were a thing. I thought I was one of the only ones in Nashville doing anything quantum related, doing anything paranormal. And these guys, now, most of the people there were not from here. A few of them were, but not all of them were. Like Kiki used to live in Tennessee. She moved, but that's okay. I mean, home state. She came back. She came back. Okay, let me go back to Facebook. And part two. Did I copy the link? Not yet. Okay. Oh, it's giving me a new option. Share in a post. To my 568 subscribers, you're all awesome. The ones that aren't robots. And I love robots, but not you guys. Okay, going to Facebook. That was part one. Part two being posted. Come on, preview. This is part two. Come on, preview. There you go. Okay, part two. Oh, that is a horrible picture. That's okay. I'm going to run with it. If that's what the universe says use, I'm going to use it. Okay, and Twitter. yeah, I had to get my breath. And that's good because I went off on the mainstream in part one. The ghost shows, the explorer shows, the ones that the real ghost shows. Oh, please. You know what's ghost show? Reality is a ghost show. And I got a doozy happening right now. I'm done with that for now. Someone sent me a message and I'm expecting Rich. Okay. Rich, you are always welcome on the Quantum Show. Okay, here we go. Round two, fight. I'm telling Rich, by the way, you're always welcome on the Quantum Show. It's a little late for him. So I know he doesn't like to do late shows. So that's cool. I found someone on Twitter. I have reached a Twitterverse person. Lord Haler. Lord Haler. Good evening, Nathan. What is this you're tempting me with? Only one way to find out, and that is look. It's the quantum superposition. The joke, well, the idea of the show, it's a show and it's not a show. The only way to know which one is to observe it. Quantum show. Well, thank you, Loud. Loud Haler. I don't know. I don't understand, but that's okay. Thanks for the follow, Laud. And on Twitter. Did he subscribe? Did I get a subscriber? No. Okay. Shadow and Sun Shadow will be here soon, tonight. They are wanting to come in. So, okay. Oh, did I not bring? Yes, I did. I did. I got the schedule for the show right here. What part that I attended? Okay. One person did not go on, so I got to see John E.L. Tenney. Oh my God. He got me so spinning in what he was talking about. He is a hell of a show front runner. Hell of a show front runner. And I went in, I walked in, and it was lunchtime, and they basically kicked everybody out. Never seen that before. Hey, SIR locale, get a food truck, dude. Y'all, get a food truck. What you did was acceptable, but get a food truck. They would love to come to your events. If, I mean, they're mobile. Let them come to y'all. Okay, I missed a few people. There were two people that I missed. And I met the runners of the show, which was awesome. He invited me to the group. Hey, Blue Chicken. Welcome to the Quantum Show. You're here to be a part of it. Thank you. You followed the quantum trail. Good job. Mission accomplished. You're here. You made it. I'm into hour number 2 and talking about the conference I went to tonight. I walked in, the place was empty. I was like, where is everybody? Is this the right place? I'm wearing a big alien shirt, and they knew I was there for the aliens, right? Because I'm wearing a big alien shirt. And first person I saw was Kiki Dombrowski. It was a good show. She is the Amy. She's the happiest person next to you. You and her are the happiest YouTubers, bloggers, reporters I've ever met. And you love what you do, and I'm glad. I would love for one of you to be on each other's show. I would so love that. I mean, the vibes would be just so. Mm. Kiki Dombrowski, show note. It'll be in show notes after this segment. And I watched Michael Hughes. He was good. Steve Berg. And the one person who called out was, the name is Recluse. I don't know who that is, but they did not present at the show tonight. So that's fine. That meant that John Tenney, because see, John Tenney is the last person on the schedule that they gave us. And I was like, man, I'm not going to be able to see John Tenney. Darn it. Well, quantum reality took over, and the universe said, Nathan, you're going to see John Tenney. He's coming up next. I'm like, hell yeah. And man, before the show, I was walking into the place and I said, I got to go to the bathroom. I'm walking to the bathroom. It's down the hall. Boom, face to face with John Tenney. And I said hi and shook his hand. I was like, hell yeah. I just looked at him. I go, John Tenney. And he walks up to me. He always is a snappy dresser. He was wearing a suit and has that look, that what is that? Shadow always quotes it. Dean Martin looking, that air about him, right? And it was a tall guy, well, taller than me. Nice guy, okay? All the stuff that Tenney's been into, right? And he's still approachable, because I literally almost ran into him in the hallway. We shook hands. I said, I saw you on the Hellier show on PhenomenaCon, and I've been following your Twitter. I think I told him about the Twitter. I'm not sure. He had no idea who I was, which is acceptable. That's okay. But he can tell some stories, and he digs deep. I said, you go deep. And he goes, sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen your work. I don't even know if he has a book or anything out, because I don't know. Is that what people do? They make books? Is that what the thing to do? Because I'm like, I'm about to make a t-shirt. Does that count? I want to make a Quantum Show shirt. I don't think that counts. Though. Yeah, Steve Berg. Steve Berg was good. He was fun. He was fun. Nathan Isaac was fun. But John Tenney took the show. It was, and he talked about, it's hot in my room. The hell? Why is it so hot in here? I can't think of nothing. Synchronicity, right? He's talking about synchronicity at first. He was talking about a whole bunch of stuff, but he was talking about synchronicity. And when he got there, yeah, I could make a book about making a t-shirt. Yeah, that'll happen. It'll be exactly 2 pages, front cover, back cover. But yeah, I can make a bookmark. Bookmarks are cool. I do freebies. But he was talking about synchronicity, and he said he had just gotten to Nashville, and he said he likes to walk around and see the places, go into the off the beaten path places. And he said he was walking in an alley behind a trailer park, and a car, he comes to an intersection. He's walking, comes to an intersection, and a guy driving stops at the stop sign, and he stops waiting for the car to go on, but he doesn't go on. He looks over, and the dude rolls down his window. He goes, "Hey, what time you go on?" He goes, 9 o'clock. Good luck. Rolls it up and takes off. And he's like, what the hell just happened? I'm in the middle. Basically, he was in a random location, and someone drove right up to him and said, what time do you go on? Which is, yeah, it freaked him out. Well, he put on a good show of being freaked out, but he understands the quantum threads, how they're just totally random seeming, and shit doesn't make sense until later. And I think he's waiting. Well, it would have already happened by now because that was an hour ago, to see if that guy showed back up. He didn't say if he got a description of the car or what. And that's what my mind would be doing. I'd be remembering, what does the car look like? Does it have any identifying marks? Do I remember anything about a license plate? Do I have, things about the car? What color? 4-door, 2-door, truck, SUV, whatever, But he didn't. But it was a great story. And it happened yesterday before the first, I guess, or today. I don't remember that part. But it was a good story. And he said he was going to create a conspiracy theory, but he didn't have to. One was created for him by the greater universe. And that is quantum entanglement. You say, I have this, and it will materialize. And it did for John Tenney. Tonight, he saw it. He told us all about it. And I'm in the crowd thinking, yep, that's your quantum thread. You tugged on it, you programmed it, and it came back to you with a positive message. Yeah, well, I try to make mine look like a very interesting sneaker, my car. L in the chat says, who could tell any car these days? They all look like sneakers. I know what you mean. I try to make my Hyundai look a little more interesting. And but yeah, that's synchronicity, and is totally wrapped up in the quantum. Do we program reality? Oh, yes. Yes, we do. We totally program reality. And hours ago, I said, I'm going to do a first hour and then stop it. And then I started having technical difficulties after the first hour. I was like, it's just easier to start a new show. So universe came through, says, this is what you wanted. Here's what you go. Here's your technical difficulties. And start your new show. So second hour is on now. Thank you, universe. And I did talk about everything and in the first. I talked about a bunch of stuff in the first hour, but Kiki Dombrowski, she is a cool lady. She's so happy. And Amy, I would love to see you two do a show, and that would be awesome. She gave trinket bags, and she was crafting sigils, not sigils, but crafting, doing your own magic. It was kind of like a workshop, but it says workshop right there. Workshop. Don't pause to read. You can't read. My camera's garbage. And then it was, Kiki was, and two interesting things happened at the show tonight. Okay, two of them. During one of the breaks, I went to the person running the tickets, right? Because we had printable online tickets, and I had to print it and take it. And she was like, "Okay, you're good." And she said, she started mentioning people's names, and I didn't know the people. I go, I don't know who you're talking about. She goes, oh, well, come here. Let me introduce you to the person running the show. And I'm like, okay, sure. I don't know why she did that. I don't know what reason she had to do that, but I went, and that's the guy who invited me over to the Strange Realities Facebook group. Now I'm a member. I can watch the shows. I bought my ticket. Apparently I came off as not a jerk, so he invited me to the group, friended me, invited me to the group. Awesome, I'm in. And I gave her no reason to do that, but I'm glad that she did. And thank you. I don't know your name, but thank you, Ticket Girl, that I bought the t-shirt from. I wash everything I buy before I wear it. I don't care. I no risks. It's one of them trust but verify things. Yeah, I trust it's a t-shirt and it's clean, but I'm going to wash it because I don't know where it's been. Just one of them things. I got. Okay, Shingoji. Yes, you are correct. It's a complicated thing, but yes, you are correct. Okay. What? Blue Chicken asks, okay, I'm going to try to fix your typos as I speak. Okay. What does it mean when a certain type of person or family walk past you and you get a cut or drop some? You get a cut or drop something? Happens every time. It's like a negative energy around them. Yeah, it's not negative. It's conflicting with yours. I don't think it's negative. I think it's just conflicting with your energy. Not necessarily negative. Just doesn't get along with your vibes. That's my take on it. I don't have the answer. Um, you will have to explore it on your own. Um, but if you don't want to be around that person, I wouldn't be around them. I wouldn't want to be around them. So you might not ever know. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. I'm done with Twitter for now. Oh, wait. Nope. Here we go. Got another message on Twitter, and I don't know who it is. Rich, 7 minutes ago. Where's the live chat to the show? I know. I did say Rich. Oh my God. I was like, yeah, I was impersonating you. uh, he he's been okay. This was 10 minutes ago, and Rich is an on the go type guy, so I'm going to try to send him a link. First, I got to send him the link to watch the show. Okay. Where's the chat? Where's the live chat to the show? It's on YouTube. I texted him the chat to here, and if he wants to come on, great. Oh, I've been watching, but no live chat. There is a live chat. I'm on Twitter with Rich. There is a live chat. Are you watching via YouTube, right? Well, yeah, I didn't put it. No, I did. There is a live chat. I don't know what you mean, Rich. We are having a communication glitch. There's a live chat. I don't know what you're seeing. So Rich Giordano is watching the show. Hit like and subscribe, Rich Giordano. A googe all over your alien t-shirt. That was me impersonating you. See, I was doing the impersonating. Okay. Okay. There is a live chat. I'm watching it. Blue Chicken's here. Shingoji's here. Alien Girl was here. Let's see. I got Blue Chicken, Shingoji. L is here. Who else do I got here? Okay, Blue Chicken. That's as good as an answer as I have. Your vibe don't like their vibe. It causes interference between the two. Some more than others. Big fish, little fish, or big signal, little signal. One trumps the other. And it's not necessarily negative. It could be negative, but if it's causing that kind of thing to happen, that kind of thing can happen. I am talking to Rich again. Click in, and you will see the live chat. And I told him everything already. Okay. So, maybe you didn't see part one. Part one, I'm glad this is all audio, except I hold up a piece of paper or something. I'm glad this is all audio, so you can just go and, like, watch it, because this is, here are my special effects right here. That's it. That's the special effect. It's it says quantum because it's quantum show. It's a show and it's not a show. To determine which it is, you have to observe it. Quantum. The quantum show. It's such a corny line, I know. Yeah. But, and I think, Rich, I think I did a good job impersonating you for just the agooge all over your alien t-shirt part. I'm not trying to do a whole, like that other guy that you mentioned on your show. No. I am enough for a whole YouTube show. I'm good. I don't need to impersonate anyone else. In real life, I mean, like, I'll that's a quote. It's an homage. And by the way, friends with Rich Giordano goof on. Friends of the Quantum Show. Salute. And yeah, so he may show up, he may not. I don't know. I sent him the link on Twitter. And Rich, if you're listening, if you say something in the YouTube chat, then I will be able to, I can send you the link in the YouTube chat. So let me just grab that link again. Copied. Okay. When I see you are here. Okay. Copied. X. Okay. Yeah. It's a show connected to all things because all things are connected. You're correct. And if they come in, the universe said come in. If they don't come in, the universe said this is not your bag, baby. So, yeah. Hey, Joe. I have been waiting for you to show up. Okay. Link coming out. I'm going to post a link to the live chat. I think this is what he meant. So, Richie, if you are out there, the link is coming up. There, should be out there now. Yep. It is to StreamYard. Okay, it is to StreamYard. As you know, I don't have the nice StreamYard. I have the basic phone using StreamYard, so I don't have the rearrange all the things and bring in pictures and video, so have something to show. And you will pop up as a guest and I'll bring you in. And I'm expecting Joe and maybe Richie. Maybe Richie. Let me see. Let me go ahead and copy link. Hopefully this works. Oh, no, it's not going to work. Nope, not going to work. Yeah. Are we? Nobody's showing up yet. Okay. Let me try this. Let me just join my own show for a moment, just so I can grab the link and have it on the computer. Oh my God, this is so silly. Yep. Okay. All right, we got somebody coming in. Is it Joe? It is Joe. Come on, Joe. Add the stream.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
How's everybody?
I'm good. I had a lot to do today, and I'm not going to say anything about part one. What happened in part one? I'm talking about the. Okay. I don't even know what's happening. I'm. Oh, we got somebody else. Who's this? Oh no, 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 no.
Please turn off your YouTube.
That was a mistake. Hey, Samantha Morris. Okay. That was interesting. Well, somebody else said they were showing up, but they're not here. That was you popping in. So, all right. Welcome to the show, Samantha Morris the cat. Great to have you here. She's driving and listening. So, you are fully excused from not chatting. You've got to drive. Understandable. We
Hello,
call
blue
that
chicken.
we call that quantum safety guards. Makes no sense, but it also makes sense perfectly. That's quantum.
Yeah,
And
hello, Shin.
yeah, I don't want nobody having no accidents talking to my dumb show. Uh, but yeah, I went to. Have you heard any of the show up to this point, Joe?
No, I was busy stuffing my face.
Good deal. That's a good reason. I went to a paranormal conference that I found out about 3 days ago. Apparently, it's been in the plans for months, and I didn't know about it. I found out about it randomly, and I was like, you know what? I'm going. I was the only. I don't know any paranormal people around here. Now I know a bunch, and I'm very happy with that. It is Strange Realities. They're a convention that they have a, well, not convention, a conference. They have a conference once a year, and they have their little events throughout the year, and they all have like a web page. And I'm now in the Facebook group, and I met Kiki Dombrowski. I met her personally. Oh, the second thing that happened. Okay, well, let me go back over what happened with Kiki Dombrowski. Right, was all right, I go to not. I mean, the ticket girl. I go up. I give her my ticket. I buy a T-shirt, and that's everything's cool. And for some reason, I still don't know. I was just. She says, "Come on, let me let you meet the showrunner." And I was like, okay, sure, let's do that. And she took me over to the guy who was running the show. And I'm like, oh, this is awesome. And he's a local guy, and that's cool. Me, I'm so horrible with names. Let me just get his name. Okay. Well, well, well. I'll check you out in a little bit. Anyway, I'm looking at some Facebook stuff. I need to. Well, where is everything?
Hi, Sasha.
Enlighten us. Tell us about Sasha.
Oh, Sasha was one of the dogs that the pet groomer that was near us had, and she refused to get trained.
Mm-hmm.
And so the family surrendered Sasha to him, and she immediately became attached to me, and all her bad behaviors immediately disappeared. So,
She was with the wrong human.
yep, most likely.
She was with The wrong human. And I'm horrible with names, y'all. Adam wasn't Adam. Somebody else. The show guy. He was running the video part of this. Is this the group? This is the group? This is the group. Anyway, let me take you over to the guy who runs the show. And she told me, and I was like, okay. And I told him, I have no idea why she brought me over to see you. And we just started talking, and I'm a local guy. He's a local guy. And I'm like, oh, cool. I'm like, hey, why don't y'all ever go to the Great Escape? It's a local place, right? Why don't y'all ever, they have events. They have a little room. It's about as big as this room that they were in. And he goes, yeah, blow me off. I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's cool. But then Kiki Dombrowski did her show. And I was like, I ran into her. They had pizza. They brought pizza in as catering. They just ordered 20 pizzas and said, bring them all in. There was even leftovers. It was a small
Instead
thing.
of cookies, huh? Oh, tonight was spaghetti.
So I ran into her at the pizza table, and I was like, oh, this is cool, and all this stuff. And you're so happy, and all this stuff. And I was, just saying hi. She was in the middle of getting pizza and going to eat, so I didn't want to bother her. But then after the show, after her part of the show, she was over looking at the books, and I'm like, I am going to go fanboy on her, and I'm going to go, oh my God, you're such a happy. And I take one step. She turns around. Do I have it with me? No, I left it. She turns around, looks straight at me, and here's the last sticker. She just hands me a sticker. I didn't even realize she knew I was standing there and coming to talk to her. And I'm like, oh, awesome, thank you. I don't have any sticker to give you. She goes, oh, that's okay. And I'm like, thank you, I appreciate it. And she was like, boom, gone. She bounced. She had to go. She was on her way out. I have no idea why that happened, but the universe said yes. And I said, okay.
Any contact information on the sticker?
No, it was not that kind of sticker. It was just, I can get in touch with her. She's a public figure. And no, she did not give me her number. No, that didn't happen.
Not even that way. Okay.
No, I know. That would have been the smoothest ever. The smoothest thing ever. But it didn't happen. But it would have been the smoothest thing ever. And she just gave me the sticker. Oh, this is the last sticker. I'm like, oh, I don't have a sticker to do. Oh, that's okay. Bounce. And I was like, oh, this is cool. Kiki Dombrowski. It was like I didn't know she knew I was standing right there. I was approaching her. She just turned around like, zeroed in on me. And I'm like, a sticker. I'm like, cool. And yeah, I don't know how that happened, but it happened, and I'm glad. Kiki is a cool person. It's hot in here. Oh, they're running the heat. It's not cold. But she was doing a workshop on magical crafting, and it was not tied to a certain set of rules. So right up the quantum alley intention. And it was good, and it was fun. She passed around this piece of paper. She called it something, the Magnificent Corpse. I don't remember the word for it. And then she passed around a knick-knack box, put you a knick-knack bag together, and it was craft stuff. Pick things that call to you, and I picked a few things: a shell, a button, a little key. Everything's from Michael's, and put it together for your own workings. I'm like, oh, cool, that's awesome. By the way,
a few times.
What's up?
We've done that in the circle a few times.
Yeah. been a long time. um, Also, interesting note: this place is the location of this place was right across the street from the Scientology building, and I'm like, oh my god! I Okay. The parking lot is a little strange. Oh well, Google told me to turn left. I didn't need to turn left. Her turn left was turn into the parking lot. Turn left. So okay, and I didn't do that. And I was about to park in their parking lot, and I pulled up into their parking. It's a big place, right? Big place, big office building. Looks like part of a university. Of course, it's Scientology. They're rich. I pulled in, and there's a van there, and it says something something Church of Scientology. I'm like, nope, I'm not parking here. If nothing else, they're going to see my dumpy little car not be a Ferrari and tow it. And I'm like, nope, nope. So I'm like, okay, I will just figure this out. So I found the entrance to the parking lot. It was closed for lunch when I got there. The place was deserted. I was like, am I at the right place? I'm wearing this alien shirt because so they knew who I was. They knew why I was there. And they had closed for lunch and they kicked everybody out. I'm like, get a food truck, guys. Get somebody to sit out there. I mean, even the fast food places will cater. Get Subway. Subway would love to do that. And yeah, I took some pictures of the building from across the street. There were a few cars there, and I'm like, yeah, I'm that is as close to the Scientology as I want to get ever again. Um, I thought it was down the street, like a block or so. It was right there next to the place. I'm like, oh well, this is just fitting. And
You sure they didn't own the whole block?
they could have, but this was a private business. I don't know who owns what, but they might have owned it. All right. Okay. Let me do the YouTube thing. You're watching the Quantum Show. Hit like and subscribe. And you were brought here for a reason. Leave a comment after the show. I don't know what that all means. Whatever. It's to do with watchers and numbers and cool. So there you go. The plug is there. And that's what I was talking. And then John, have you ever heard? Okay, do you know who John E.L. Tenney is?
Not me.
Okay, he is a paranormal researcher, and he has like the presentation of. I said it earlier. Can anybody put in the chat what I said earlier? I said he's like this guy. Wears a suit, goes on stage, very animated, and he holds a microphone and he talks with his hand and he's like, oh, and it was good. It was very good. I mean, he got me all spun up and I was like, hell yeah. Very good speaker. And before the show, before any of the show happened, I came in at the end of lunch break and I was like, I was walking down the hallway, turned the corner, boom, John Tenney. And I was like, John Tenney. He goes, and he's like, yeah, I'm John Tenney. How you doing? And I'm like, cool. I have followed your work. I saw you on Phenomenacon, and that's the Hellier show, the Hellier guys show. And didn't get to talk to him one-on-one because he was out of there as soon as his part was done. I didn't see him, so I'm guessing he was out. Okay, anyway, I've been dominating this speaking part. Joe, how's the week been? Has it been, have there been any weird things happen?
I've been keeping things as stable as possible. So, no, not really.
Okay.
Of course, it's an act of my will because
Yeah.
right now I'm trying to get Well, uh, I'm expecting to have to create some little devices in that, and so I'm reworking the back room here.
Okay.
And
Some
it's
like
taken,
tech projects.
yep.
They're fun.
We
Tech
we
projects are
don't have
always
a
fun.
we don't have a Warren York who can say, "Hey, I need this tech project for this magical purpose."
Right. You are it.
Yeah,
You're
I
it.
know.
You're it on, at least in Texas. I'm the one for Tennessee. I'm the only one who know technical stuff for paganistic purposes, magical purposes. I'll do it. I'm all over it. And but that's cool. That's all right. Um, anything? What else you got, Joe?
What else am I got?
Yeah. What else? Yeah.
Well, besides the fact that I went to dinner tonight.
That's good. I heard spaghetti and cookies.
No, well, panoni and tiramisu and uh, zuppa toscana and salad and pomegranates.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
I was.
yeah, you know what a ham radio operator is, don't you?
I do. Of course, I do.
Yeah, it's have every meal. I mean, yeah, have another meal.
That
So,
one. Yeah, that's a good one.
no, but
Um.
I was looking at your videos. I'll be honest. Um, I remember the filters. Okay, very varied in strengths. Okay, they were very varied, but uh, I don't remember any of them being that dark of an orange. They were mostly blue green.
For
There was something.
Dicyanin,
Hmm.
I've never. I have nothing to compare against. Um. And he
Unless
sold
it's just,
out. Hmm?
unless it just went through the camera, that way. I mean, it was
That
really.
is the way it looks to my eyes too. I didn't really understand your question, but the way it's coming through the camera, it is filtering out a little bit the camera, but that's the way it looks to me too. Very orangey red. Like my black shirt looks red, my red car looks orange, and colors are really shifted like that. Um, but yeah, they're dark. You can barely see anything. Like if I was to put them on right now, I would barely be able to see the light here, and I wouldn't be able to see the lamp on my desk. That's like an LED lamp. I wouldn't be able to see it. I would barely be able to see it. I wouldn't be able to see the phone. Wouldn't be able to see anything else because it's just too dim. And I don't have anything to compare against. But if you look up the videos of Dicyanin on YouTube, a lot of them are shifted over to that red, and I don't know, but only my sister. They work on my sister. They work. She can see auras. She can see the aura. She said, I gave her, I had her put them on and said, now look around. Now look at me. And I said, do you notice anything out of the ordinary looking at me versus without the goggles? And she goes, maybe. I'm like, okay. And I held up my arm and I'm like, look at my hand and arm. She goes, your hand is glowing. I'm like, really? Is it? Okay. Interesting. And she did see the aura around me. It was small, but it was there.
Yeah. And I would
And
relax a little if I were you.
do what?
I'd relax a little if I were you.
You
You
mean
remember
while taking the videos?
yeah, those guys were sitting for hours, trying to look at the bush, trying to see if there was any movement out there.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Okay.
were semi-relaxed, you know,
Mm-hmm.
as much as you can be in a combat situation. But
Right.
you know,
Okay. He's talking about the people who used dicyanin lenses on the Starlight scopes in Vietnam, not anyone else. Talking about using dicyanin. And yeah, I need to do something like that. I just never have the opportunity to. And mine are not Starlight scopes. I mean, it's just filters and a lens holder
right.
and goggles. And so it's daytime only. And I'm going to have to do something because I can only use them a short time at a time before I have to do something else. Um, so yeah. And yeah, I do need to do that because it takes not just 5 or 20 minutes at a time, even, but like say hours. And uh, a lot has happened anyway, you know? I mean, I don't, I, I don't know. I'm getting trolled in the Facebook group because they think I am lying and making stuff up and it's all pareidolia and it's all fake. And I'm like, y'all are a paranormal group. Why not give me some constructive feedback? Not just say, haha, you're a faker, I'm a troll. I just want to hear myself talk. And I'm like, oh my God, you people. So I'm going to just keep on and ignore them, let them laugh. And they're not the ones. I figured out. Me and Shin, we kind of discussed this here. They want to be us. They want to be the ones able to look and see, is there something or isn't there something? And they want to be the ones doing it. And I urge you to go to the second half of the show. I called out all the ghost shows. I'm getting some of the best evidence. I'll go over it a little bit. The ghost at my friend's place is sending him text messages through Google. And I'm like, oh my God, this is actually happening. And it is not fake. And it's free. He's freaked out over it. And I've managed, well, between me and him, his own research, we've managed to calm him down. He's managed to calm down and he's doing what he's got to do. It just takes time. Time's relative, so it doesn't matter. I mean, everything's a funny story in the end. Um, but that has never happened before. Got photographic evidence and screenshots and everything of a ghost speaking in like Twitter form to a human. I'm like, where are all the ghost shows when this is happening? Y'all are at the old haunted places. I'm like, little old me. Guess what? Open source as much as I can. But yeah, ghost shows. I called out Zach Bagans. I'm like, hey, Zach Bagans, where are you at, bro? I've got this shit happening right here, and it is epic. And it really is epic. Oh my, I went off. I'm hearing some stuff in the other room, but I'm not alone. So there's people smoking. But it is a very he called during the show and I was like, I can't take a call. If I take a call, it will shut the show down. And I'm like, nope, I'm not gonna do that yet. Shadow should be here in a little bit. He said his show is gonna go for 2 hours and it's going on the second hour now. So he should show up and I'll get to go over all this again. And
If
that's
he'll let
okay.
you.
Yeah. No, he'll let me. He'll let me because he doesn't have this stuff happen. This stuff doesn't happen to him. You know, other things happen to him, but ghost sending text messages, yeah, that's a first for everybody. That's a first.
I disagree.
Oh, when has a ghost sent messages on Google to anyone?
Not Google, But I do remember seeing a video about a ghost sending messages through an old, like, Atari computer.
That was
Or
covered.
one of those old ones.
It was a BBC Micro, and it was from the future. If that's the same thing.
No, it was an old computer, and the guy left it on. He came home, and there was a message on the screen. So he replied to it. And the next day, there was a reply to his reply. And
Yes.
no internet.
Right. That was the BBC Micro story. It happened in the 80s.
Okay.
They actually talked about it at the conference tonight. I will have to get it. I know that story. Well, that was, yeah, and no one has been able to verify, and there's no screenshots. It was before screenshots were screenshots. And there is evidence, and it's talking through Google, a known person talking to a specific individual. Okay, here's what happened, right? The ghost was doing the ghost thing that is all Hollywood, and knocking things over, making noises, making things disappear and reappear. And then all of a sudden, it started using the TV search bar. I went over this last week, right? As a means to send messages. And it has been continuing to do that. It went through Google Maps and sent him a location here. And then later on the TV, it says, bury me. And I'm like, this is freaking epic. This has never happened before. And the Quantum Show is covering it. Hell yeah. Open source as much as I can.
Excellent.
I am like amazed. This is such an epic thing. This, as far as I know, this has never happened before with evidence. The BBC Micro is a great story. I love that story. But there's no pictures. There might be a couple of pictures of a green screen, a Polaroids, or something that they took a picture of with a smartphone. But I am amazed at this, right? And I'm going to have to get in touch with him. I tried to text him. Well, I texted him on Facebook. I'm going to try to do that again, because there's no way I can't do the show and use my phone at the same time as a phone. I guess I need alien technology for that, and I don't have it. Okay. Yeah. Typing on the Quantum Show.
And you beat the keyboard as hard as he does without breaking it. I was always amazed about that. I was always amazed about that. I'd be gently typing on mine, and you'd be over there, click, 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 click. I'd do it a couple of keys, and the keycap would go flying across the room.
I don't know. But yeah, I learned on a mechanical, so yeah, well, even now.
What do you think they had when I was younger?
No. Yeah. You were on the teletype.
Yeah, that was Mr. Thompson's, the father of Michael Thompson, teletype.
But yeah, he tried to call me as I was relaying his story. I don't know if he was watching the show or not, but I was just relaying the story as I knew it, and that is so freaking epic. Oh my God, a ghost reaches out. It's going to make a hell of a TV show one of these days. And I don't know. It might make an episode or a story arc of a few episodes, because it's been trippy. It has been trippy. And the characters involved don't even need to be modified. They are great as they are. You could just copy and paste the actual people into them. You don't need no extra makeup. You don't need no extra characterization, like makeup stories. They are some characters. They're real people, and they have real drama. Um, in the most real of ways, and it would make great a great story. That's why I keep telling, and I'm on it. I would go over there, but I'm doing my show. I left the conference because I'm doing my show, and it's just I can't believe half of the stuff that I'm seeing over there. Oh, for real, just like wow. And we saw some crazy shit, Joe. There was some crazy shit go down when we would. For everybody listening, I was in a coven with Joe in Texas, and we would get calls to haunted locations. People would have us come out and clean it up or diagnose it or something. And we saw some crazy stuff. This is more crazy stuff. It followed me. I welcome it. Did you ever watch my little quantum solo about the cemetery?
Yeah, I believe I did.
Okay. That's some crazy stuff. There is some, oh man. That's why I titled this one. What did I title it? Crazy World Part 2. Crazy World as Usual Part 2. And if you're just joining us in the chat, hit like and subscribe. Do the YouTube thing. I would say buy a coffee cup and a t-shirt, but I don't sell them. So go to Walmart, buy yourself a coffee cup, find a nice one, buy a t-shirt.
Ask them to 3D print you one.
Yeah. Might be a little stiff, but yeah. I'm actually thinking about getting shirts, getting some made, because I found a place in the UK that will do shirts cheap. I don't have the means to do them myself. I've tried. I don't have the means to do them myself. I've made one shirt successfully out of like 5, and I'm like, I'm not going to try to do it. I burnt a table. I burnt a sheet. I burnt a shirt. I burnt the shirt with the logo. There was the other 4. I screwed them up. I'm like, yep, I'm not going to do this no more, because apparently I don't know what I'm doing. And I bought the expensive iron-ons, and I bought an ironing board, forgetting that I had one here. And I bought the shirts and ruined 4 out of 5. I got one, it says Final Faction, and I'm very happy with that. But the guy in the UK, he's the cheapest I found, and it's from the UK. I'm like, it sucks I can't find somebody local. You know, I can find somebody local, but they won't do it they want like $30 a shirt. I'm like, forget it, y'all. This guy wants like 13 a shirt. I can hang with that. That's still high when you talk about mass production, but I'm not doing mass production. I'm doing like 10, you know. And he'll be happy to do it.
Staff only?
Yeah. He doesn't need to do it. I have a feeling that if he gets a big order, he phones it in to somewhere else. And that's fine, whatever. If he can get it done like that.
Remember Robert Skinnem?
Yes.
To get a book published, he had to have it published in India.
Mm-hmm. And shipped here.
You know, he only wanted 5,000 copies and shipped here. The total cost was less than the shipping in the U.S.
Yep. That was crazy. And I helped get that happening, because y'all were about to overnight a USB drive, and I said, too bad he can't network and we can send it to him because it was a file was too big for email. Remember?
Right.
I remember
Mm-hmm.
because sometimes it
Yep.
takes a networker. And that is one of my shining points right there. I'm very happy I was able to do that.
Yeah, we did a lot of good here. Along with all the mischief we got into.
Yeah. All the craziness. There was, to everyone listening, it was crazy days. Those were very crazy days. And like, I don't mean in a figurative way. I mean in a very realistically crazy time. Because when you got inspiration and an idea and limited means, you got to get creative. And we did it a lot. We
Hey,
did
we're still talked about by John, that W7ANA guy.
it.
He's going, you guys used to do the craziest things with nothing. Yeah, we had an old TV transformer, or what, your soldering iron switch. Oh, Nathan,
Yeah.
quit burning up your soldering iron. Here, build the switch.
Yeah. Here's the idea, and here's one part. Figure it
Well,
out. And I did.
that was the main part you needed.
And I did. And
Yep.
I was happy about that. All kinds of stuff. And I did I did the networking for the building we were in. You were in, and then I was in, and then we were both in. And never did get that T1. Have you been by that location lately?
Yes, but it's totally changed.
Totally changed. You know what's still there? That those roof awnings are still there. The ones that I did where I had pigeon shit all over me for days. Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that.
they're still there. They have not failed. Built to last. I did notice that. I was like, oh my God, they're still there. Everything else has changed, but the roof is still there. I think they just patched the roof up, but those awnings are still there. So everyone knows the building owner was having to get some awnings that had rotted out. They were made of some material that did not last. And I went and got some other material. It's like a plasticky thing, right? And I cut the pieces and taking the old ones down. Here's the way they fix the roof. Okay. You have the building, you have the original roof. And then instead of replacing the roof, they built a roof on top of the roof. So you had two roofs, but you had hollow spaces in between. And what happened was the awnings that they put up there, the seal that they put up around the edge to keep critters out, rotted, and critters got in. They were going to the owners saying, pigeons are flying into my store through holes in the roof. That was I
Holes in the
remember it.
ceiling.
That was what happened. That was what brought on the project. And I did it basically now that I know for next to nothing, right? And but knocking those down, knocking the rest of the old one down, yeah, they were rotten and they were about to come down. Some of them had already come down, but the ones that I had to knock down, I was covered in pigeon crap, dead pigeons, live pigeons hit me in the face. All this, I was tasting it and smelling it for weeks after that. I was like, oh, this is so gross. No wonder this shit's so expensive. And I put the pieces up, and these are bottom facing, right? These things are bottom facing, and nothing will be actively hitting them. They're just they're heavy enough to keep things from being able to push in. And talking like small critters, mice, rodents, they can't push it up. It's too heavy. And I put them in there lightly fastened in with like 2 screws or 4 screws, and we're talking like 4 feet at a time by, I don't know, 8 inches or something, and or 12 inches by 4 feet,
It was more like
and
16 inches.
well, something. It wasn't like a 4 by 8 panel. It was
Oh, it
cut
wasn't.
from. It was cut by some cut into small pieces like that, and the hardest part was getting the old stuff down and getting covered in pigeon crap. That was the worst. Like I said, I was smelling and tasting it for weeks after that. Sometimes I have flashbacks of, oh my God, it's pigeons. And I start smelling and tasting it again, like PTSD. But um, that was the job that I did on the building that we were both in. Okay. And I went there a couple of years ago and it was still there. It was my job was still there. They had redone everything else, but mine was still there. I was like, built to last. Hell yeah. And but yeah, the whole place has changed. All those buildings up to where the dog groomer was, it's all one thing now. There's no access to the back. I think they might have actually built around that to make a bigger building, and it was like a thrift shop, you know. And
It's a discount store, 50% discount store, what they
yeah,
call
something like
themselves.
that. Wasn't impressed, but the roofing job was still there, and I'm like, yep, I should have put my name on that thing. If I had a brand, I'd have put it on there. But I was just scraping to get by at the time.
Yeah, a lot of Wendy's burgers.
Yeah, I
About
would have liked
$1
to eat
burgers.
at the Tex-Mex place next door, but they were too expensive. I liked going there.
Oh. One day I walked into that place, and up on the chalkboard, it said 96 tacos, $5.
Hmm.
So Jesse's wife, I forget her name, but Jesse was the owner of the place. Jesse's wife came over as the waitress, and I said, can I have those 96 tacos? And she goes, oh, Jesse. It was his abbreviation for ground beef, GB.
Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. 96 for GB.
Yeah,
That is awesome.
ground beef tacos. I thought I had a deal of a lifetime.
Taco Bell doesn't even beat that. I mean, you can't even get that for anywhere.
Not even here at home.
Nope. But yeah, I would have liked to eat in there more, but they were too expensive. So down the street we went for dollar this, dollar that.
Right. 75 cents at Circle K for the drink and $1 across the street for the Wendy's
Yeah,
burger.
yeah. But at least we were friendly to the people and they loved us. They loved us there. And I would go to Jack in the Box. 2 tacos for $1. Yeah. Buy a drink, get 2 tacos for $1. Sure thing. And
Lindsay wouldn't touch those tacos.
well, they were not. I was forced to touch them. I wouldn't have eaten them if I'd had money to eat other things.
Yeah, Susie looked at those tacos and said, boss,
Yeah, nope.
maybe they're
Oh,
French fries, but not their tacos.
yeah, war stories. I'm wondering, I'm guessing Shadow's show is still going on. Let me see. I can check.
Oh, I think it was before you. We had a shadow here as part of Coven.
Yes,
I think it was
Shadow.
before you, though.
I'm still, huh?
I think it was before you, wasn't it?
Yeah,
James.
it was. Yeah, he interviewed me to come into the Coven. Yeah,
Oh,
he's still
okay.
on over there. He's still on over there. He was the one who interviewed me to.
He's become a psychologist in Houston.
Oh, he's in Houston now. Cool.
Yep.
I did not know that. Houston is a good place. Houston, barring floods, right? If you live in Houston, I'm finding you have to own a boat because it will flood and you need a boat.
You also need a nose plug.
Mm-hmm.
That bay stinks.
Yeah.
In fact, truckers nickname that Stinky Town.
I went to a suburb called Tomball, and it was interesting. It was interesting. And hey, James L is here. Okay, Amanal is saying, expect a raid from Shadow. You got it. James L. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Joe. How's it? It's going good. James, you are welcome to come into the show. Let me go ahead and put the link in there again. You're one of the founders of the show.
I don't know why we're doing this tonight, but it seems to be a reminiscing night.
Well, yeah, that's okay. That's what we got. And I have already talked a whole lot about it. James
Remember
L.
the guy?
Go ahead.
Remember the guy that moved 3 houses and his apparition kept appearing? We had to check his attic for him, which was nothing more than a little trap door in the middle of the hallway.
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember that. Who was this? What happened? What was of note that happened?
Oh, well, he kept trying to blame the places and trying to sue the landlords, but it was his own negativity that chased, that from place to place to place. He was experiencing the same sort of hauntings and that.
Well, that I don't know if I go there with you because I don't remember
Yes.
that.
You went with there. Nobody else went with us that time.
It was just you and me. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go crazy trying to remember that.
Well, it just was an unspectacular event as far as I was concerned. But years later, he actually walked into the ham radio clubhouse and he recognized me. And he thanked us. Now I get a chance to tell you about it. He thanked us for straightening his mind out. But he, after we told him that we couldn't find any paranormal other than what he seemed to be causing himself, he started looking at himself and correcting issues in his own life. And soon enough, it all disappeared.
Well, even though I can't remember it, I'm glad he figured that out. And
Right.
it took outside help to do it.
Right.
At least he was logical about it. Welcome to the show, Cal Vanoni. Okay. James is not up to going into the show today, so that's fine. Hope you get to feeling better, James.
I've had to deal with back issues, so I know what he's talking about.
Well, my back aches sometimes, but they're not issues. But I understand it.
I got a couple compressed discs.
Well, James,
You
yeah.
know, when they give you a chance to jump out of a perfectly good airplane, don't.
Yeah. They didn't want me to because of color blindness. That knocked me out of almost everything in the Army.
You know, but
And
it's odd because the map reading, not map reading, the I forget what they call it, topographical readings, where they take a picture of an area.
yeah.
You get a colorblind person to look at the picture.
Well, they never asked me. I did
Yeah,
have one person ask me, but it wasn't an official anything, and his picture was garbage. This dude named Scott. And I was
and
such a. Go ahead.
you know, oh, what's that strange looking silo over there, or what's this, or what's that? You know, the person looking at the picture would ask, and they would say, "Well, you just spotted a hidden bunker, a hidden missile silo, things like that."
Mhm.
So
Yeah, they told me that about that in the Army, but the dude didn't have any pictures that were worth looking at. They were all blurry garbage. And I'm like, how am I supposed to see anything in that at all? Shadow says he'll be here in 5 minutes. Excellent. I have no freeware music to play. But I'm going to have to, okay, take 2 minutes of my own. So, little break, watch for ghosts.
well, I don't expect we'll see any ghosts right now, but you know, sometimes you learn a lot in a coven situation. And I'm glad that Nathan enjoyed his time with us. Let me see what we got over here in the chats here. Oh, L1. Yes, we're it's like we had a little technical problem there for an issue. I got $100 for every time, but Nathan, I don't think this thing likes me at all. What towel is that? We'll have to go back and. We discussed some of Nathan's experiments with the Dyson uh, goggles, and I pointed out to him that the guys in the military that used them had to be quiet and sitting and just
Almost.
waiting for
Oh,
something to
people are
happen.
coming in.
Oh, well, good, because the machine was acting up while you were gone. And I don't see how it managed to straighten itself back out again, but it happened twice.
Almost, almost. Thanks for being patient. Thanks for waiting. Hang on, y'all.
Okay, well, I'll try to be patient. Maybe you couldn't
Okay.
hear me.
I
Yeah, the
couldn't hear a
machine
thing.
acted up twice. The machine acted
What
up
happened?
twice while you were gone. The machine acted up twice while you were gone. I got those waiting circles,
Oh,
going.
okay. It
I
is
thought it was
Connell. Connell is here.
Oh, they want
How's
the
everybody
cow
doing tonight?
All right. You're in. Shadow messaged me on Facebook. Uh,
I am slightly jealous there, Nathan.
jealous of what?
You got to go to a show, a convention of sorts, and I think the
Yes.
closest one to me of anything of that nature is Chicago, and I try to stay out of Chicago these days.
I think I would too.
Okay, let's see here. I'm
Both of
going
us walking
to.
down the street in Chicago, we should be able to clear a sidewalk or two.
By our charming smiles, right?
Yeah.
I
You
have what they
see?
call I have what they call boxer's mouth. I'm missing a few teeth.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah.
link is in the
With our
chat for
guards.
Shadow to come in. Or it's going in the chat. But yeah, I went to that conference today. It was fun. I met local people. I'm a local people. And Shadow should be coming in any moment now.
How do you spell
And-
local?
LOCAL.
I
okay.
spell it CRAZY, but that's just me.
I was thinking more like down here with the Hispanics, LOCO.
Oh. Okay. Link is in the chat for Shadow to click
So
and
what
come
part
on in.
was it at? Where was it in Nashville? I mean, like I said, I used to live in Nashville, so I'm kind of curious.
It was off the main streets. 1101 or 1011 or 1101 Cherry Street. It is, yeah, it's downtown. And I don't know, 8th Avenue. It was very close to 8th Avenue.
I know where 8th
And-
Avenue is.
Well,
Okay.
I thought I did. I had never been to this part of town before. And it was, okay, Shadow is coming in, I think. I think this
Well,
is
when I
fun.
was living down in Nashville, me and my buddy used to do. There was a food pantry there called a little train that could, or some variation of that. And
But I'm getting a laptop real soon.
We have a shadow. Oh, I'm hearing echo bad.
Really?
Really, I sound like. Oh man, I sound like I'm talking on the radio, like a military radio or a police 911 call.
Okay, it's got to be my fault then. That sucks ass because I was just doing my show, no echo, but I'm going to borrow my son's headset.
Okay.
do you still have the YouTube channel up?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
85 KZL. Clear.
The trick is using was a military term. When you do shows like this, you want to come in 5x5. Am I correct?
Yes,
That is one
yes.
thing.
Or your signal is coming in 5/20.
I'll have to remember that one. My uncle served in Vietnam, so he would still use military jargon when I was a kid.
So, Connell, how is astrology treating you these days this week?
Well,
Have any of the wee people visited you?
what? What was
The
that?
wee people visited you.
The wee people have been fine with me. I think I might have pissed off the Morgan then. That or I made a new buddy. It stands roughly 2 feet tall. Yeah, maybe about a foot now that I think about. Big browed chest, long beak, and as dark as my soul. I've had a raven. raven's nest about two houses down.
I thought you were
The
talking
echo.
about a bottle of liquor. I could have swore you were talking about a bottle of liquor.
And I've been feeding it. I've been kind of feeding it, and it's now starting to get closer and closer to me. It was following me around as I was jogging around. Trying to jog. Fat guy jogging is a joke by itself. As I was trying to get some exercise around my block, he would just fall. He was just flying, following me around the neighborhood.
I call mine a fast walk.
I call mine wishful thinking. But no, the Morrigan from Celtic mythology, her animals were the ravens. They're like Odin. And but all in all, October's not one of my favorite months. Personal history wise. But it's been all right.
So howdy everybody in chat. Howdy Cal. Howdy James L. Glad you guys could make it.
How was your show doing, Shadow?
It was great. Omen was there. Connell was there. My son was there. He's got another air show for JROTC that he's got to be up at 5 a.m. So he's going to bed now. I should be doing the same. I've been up since 5 a.m. myself. But
you push
know
yourself.
how it is. Nah, man, I love the show. I look forward to it a lot. You guys know that, and I'm glad to be here, even though it's freaking cold out here. I went like almost 2 hours without a smoke, so I was dying.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean it's gonna kill me anyway. So, but smoking gunman, all that shit. And one of these days we're gonna get James L back on the show when he's feeling a little bit better.
Yeah.
So what did I miss?
Oh,
or do I
boy.
have to watch an hour and a half? I got to go back and watch it.
You gotta watch it. You gotta use a Timley Wibbly. You gotta use the timey-wimey rewind buttons.
Yeah, if it's not astronology, we forgive you, bro. You can get the words wrong.
That one down.
Never. When I get the real thing that's going to be your name here is the astrologer.
Not ist.
Astro means stars.
Either or. Astronologist.
I like the sound of it.
I mean,
it sounds so wrong.
It does.
One of these days, you got to put up the book photo. I got to find a way to put that book photo up on his screen when he's on my chat.
Yeah, you can kiss my ass there, big bro.
Mark the spot. You're all ass.
I mean, there's
the rest of us want to see that.
Let me see.
So the convention was cool.
Yes, it was very good. Very good. When I got
Happy
there,
for you, man.
Thanks. I'm like so many things. It just was thrown to me, and like I was like, "Oh, what is this?" They came out of nowhere, and it was right there. It came out of nowhere, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this." And I went. Even I didn't have anybody to go with me. I was standing there like a wallflower the whole time, but that's okay. I did go up and talk to a few people. I'm not very good at that kind of thing, and I didn't want to take over their show, right? I didn't. They were the headliners. This is my show. This is where I, do my thing here. I didn't want to step on their thing.
Very polite of you.
Well, I know how hard it is. I mean, it's hard enough for me to do this shit, and I don't have a venue. I have StreamYard.
Yeah, you've been doing great, dude. Don't sell yourself short.
Oh, but this is hard enough to do. And they're doing it with a venue and people and plane tickets and hotels and all that stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to mess that up because I want to go back again. And it was right next door to the Scientology building. I was like, oh my God.
I know exactly where that's at. As soon as you said that, Yeah, I know
Yeah.
where the Scientology. Jesus, that's almost by, I don't want to say the ghetto of Nashville, but it's getting there.
Well, they've changed things up. That's not ghetto anymore. They've been building up and they've been
Oh, that's cool.
fixing up.
Well, so
There's they have been just going and going and going with what do they call that? Gentrifying.
yeah,
Gentrification.
Yeah, they've been
moving
doing
all
that.
the poor bastards out and moving all the rich bastards in.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have a feeling that's gonna backfire on them because
I'll be nice.
yeah, gentrification means future slumification.
The rich guys can afford better lawyers.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Ghost using computer to watch. Joe put a link in the chat. Don't leave now. Don't go there now. But was it the BBC Micro?
No, sir.
Oh, well then it's a different story I haven't heard about.
Right. I just thought I'd throw that in there. Get a chance to look at it after the show.
Yeah. I'm still trying to go through that book that I got through Amazon, but
Russell Targ.
yeah, it's so. I got so much shit on my plate sometimes, and I've been doing a video
that's
every
not where you're
morning.
supposed to put it.
I know.
Oi.
I gotta make it back down to Nashville there, Haas. I would have loved to go. Tell you the truth. If I was down there with you, Nathan, and it would have been cool with you, I would have went with you, hands down, no questions asked.
Dude,
Ditto.
you would have liked this. It would have blown your mind. Because I was like, John Tenney is freaking cool. Okay? He is a cool dude. And
Were there like a lot of different people there, or just one guy?
oh no, there was different people there. There was a whole bunch of people. I didn't get to see them, like Delaney Bowers, Christopher Ernst. I didn't see those two. Those were earlier in the day. And yesterday was Tim Banal, Aaron Gulius, Samantha Engel, Ren Collier,
Samantha Engel. I know that name.
Christopher Ernst, Sarah Azketh.
Engel.
Yeah,
nope, never mind. Now I recognize the name. That's not from that.
Not
You're thinking Little House on the Prairie, weren't you?
Yep.
No, these are not pop culture TV people. These are unpop.
Engel. Like, I know that name. Then yeah.
Who I didn't see was quite a good list, but the people I did see was Kiki Dombrowski, Michael Hughes, Steve Berg, Nathan Isaac. He runs the Penny Royal podcast. He's in Kentucky, and neat guy. And then John Tenney. And I pretty much took off right after John Tenney because I had to be here. Well, I wanted to be here. I was thinking about doing it from there, but I was like, no.
That's awkward. That can be awkward, I should say.
Yeah, I didn't want to do my show from there because I'm just not gonna.
You never know how people are gonna act.
Yeah, I did do a handful of like little blog posts, whatever, but I didn't do a video. I took some pictures of the place across the street because if anything's gonna have some messed up ghosts, it's there.
Oh, that whole area's fucked.
Yeah, there's a giant cemetery right down the block. And I was like, oh, cool. As I drove past, I was like, oh, cool. This place right next to a cemetery? Got goggles. We'll travel. No, didn't. It was farther down. And I was like, oh, well. But, yeah, if you could ever see, Kiki Dombrowski is one of the happiest paranormal people next to Amy from Alien Girl 111. And I was like, I would love to see you and Amy get together. Well, on a show.
Like me and Amy, or those two people on the show?
Those two people.
Okay, I'm like
Amy and no.
I mean, is she cute? No.
They're all cute in the paranormal field, buddy. Okay, let's see here. I'm grabbing Joe's link that he put to the.
It's you, and there's nothing, I'm not saying this like there's anything wrong with you guys. I feel like the odd man out, and I kind of said this earlier to Shadow. Most of my my side of the other side of the street has always been the more ghosts, fae, that nature, where your guys has always seemed to be, aliens and contact and stuff like that. So I just don't know if my experiences matches up with yours and if I'm needed. That's always been.
I have yet to see a ghost. I have yet to see anything that you have described, or a UFO. Oh, I haven't seen a ghost either. Actually, I can't say that anymore. I have seen ghosts.
We have seen the effects of ghosts.
Yeah. I haven't seen a UFO. I've seen dots. I am not going into ufology. Ufology is encompassed in the quantum, but that's about it. Right? I'm not going into the researchers and the nuts and bolts. And no, I'm not doing that. I've been warned by 2 different sides of reality. Do not contact the aliens. Humans are telling me, don't do it. The spirit world is telling me, don't do it. I'm kind of hard-headed, but those are big branches to tell me not to do something. I'm not going to do it. The spirit world... Go ahead.
I kind of... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. But I kind of said something of that last week with those goggles. They're fascinatingly horrifying.
Oh, well, I have been working with them all week, and apparently they don't work for me, and that is disappointing. Yeah, I can't see anything.
Well, you may need to just keep at it.
Yeah, I need to go at, like Joe brought it up earlier. Those guys were out there for hours with their night vision scopes with the cyanon on, and I need to be out there for longer than 5 or 10 or 20 minutes at a time.
Yeah, and they had to be quiet. They had to be quiet because, like any animal, you go out in the traipse in the woods like that. How often do you think you're going to see a deer if you're traipsing through the woods and chatting on a cell phone?
Yeah. True.
It's the same way with those guys. They're not, they are even more skittish than the animals we can see. When they let people see them, things haven't gone good for them.
Yeah. Well, that was brought up in the conference tonight too. Somebody went up there. I don't remember who said what, except for Kiki and Tenny, right? And Nathan Isaac. He said, if you go into a bar and you walk up behind a stranger and yell at them, talk to me, things will not go well. And that's what basically I'm doing to the spirit world.
I think there's a reason. There is a reason for the veil or the wall or whatever you want to call it.
The veil is good.
I think there's just things, good or bad. There's things over there that we're not meant to interact with. Things that will not necessarily hurt us, but the idea of them will destroy our minds.
Okay, you're talking about nature reality stuff. You're in the right place. I'll give you that.
Right.
Our minds are incredibly flexible.
Yes, but we are built with filters because you can look at it like, you can look at it like, if it doesn't affect me, I don't need it, and I can't change it, so I'm going to deny it. That is literally how it works. And if
we're taught as
something
children.
Just change.
Yeah, we're taught as children to ignore her.
Yeah. I was
these
taught
things.
because I was seeing things. I was having all kinds of cool shit happen. But my mom was like, no, you're just imagining it. You didn't see anything. Smack, you know? And so, yeah, I didn't see anything and I turned it off. But now I'm turning it back on. It's rough, but it's it's coming back on and I don't even care. Like
Remember
I
when all
said,
the pencils kept disappearing in the store?
yes.
All I did is made a little sign. Oh, great! He would have loved this. He disappeared also.
He's probably still here.
So
He's just muted.
I wrote a little sign that said, "All fays, brownies, fairies, whatever you are calling yourselves today, return the damn pencils, or I'm going to stick a gula after you." And you remember there were pencils all over that place. I think they went out and got extras.
I vaguely do remember that happening.
So I left that sign up. We never had a problem with pencils disappearing on us anymore. If I thought I put it down near a certain bookshelf, it was there at that bookshelf.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I wanted to eat something and I didn't want you guys to hear me eat or watch me eat, so I muted and
All good. All good.
try and be polite.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Did
It
you
is
hear the story?
Oh yeah,
And they returned them.
it's like that. The first night I joined you guys, there was that story I said about the two gentlemen coming home from working from the harbor, and one of them said, "Do you hear that music?" And the other one's like, "What music?" He's like, "It's over there." And the other guy's like, "I don't hear you." He's like, "Well, I'll meet you later at the pub." So the other guy goes and walks over there to see what's going on, and he disappears. He doesn't go home that night. And a couple of days later, his wife's freaking out. They call the cops. His buddy gets in trouble because they think he killed him. The guy shows up probably about 2 years later, not aged a day. And he's like, "Where were you?" He's like, "I went over there, I followed the music. And there was these people dancing around." Well, throughout Irish mythology, with dealing the Fae, they would not kidnap people, but you would lose track of time if you went to dealt with them. If you went to that side of the spiritual world or the never, what version of it. And
time without time is space without space.
Right.
That happens here too.
I've heard
Nobody
stories,
wants to talk about it.
I've been reading a bunch of Native American mythology. Oh my God, their stuff is intense.
Oh yeah, it is.
I just, there's certain things throughout different cultures that they're the same creature or the same being. There's so many versions of them. They had to exist. Because if you get a culture that's like Native American versus let's say a Spanish one
people.
or what? Say that again.
The Cherokee people had a history of we people living on their lands, and they were very vicious fighters. And somewhere back in the 1930s, a mummified corpse of a man who must have been about 65 years old, but he only stood like 2.5 feet tall, was found, and it was kept in a drugstore until someday somebody came up and offered a whole gob of money, and all of a sudden the corpse of this disappeared, and never been found again. But the Cherokee who lived in the area recognized it instantly as one of their wee people. Very vicious people.
Mm. Well, the Polynesians have a myth of having a people that were living there that are no bigger than maybe a foot. And then you have the Irish with the Fae. Then you have the gnomes, and there's all these different cultures out there that have these little people that are no bigger than 2 to 3 feet at that. Then going into vampires, and there's multiple cultures that have their version of vampires, dragons. Everybody has ghost stories. And we're talking about some of these cultures have never met each other for, in the very beginning. They were so far apart from each other, they did not know that the other people existed. And I just think that's all interesting. That's why I like reading mythology. I like to find the little bits that connect. And so
I can understand.
I have a website for you to look at, and you may want to get it. It's called notaliens.com.
Notaliens.com. I can remember that one.
Yes. You will be amazed. And also, take the guy's name. I can never remember his name, right? Put it in YouTube. And he has done interviews. You'll love it. You'll love it. And it talks about all of this stuff in a totally different context. Oh, man. Notaliens.com.
As soon as I leave you fine gentlemen and Shadow, I will
Okay.
I'll look into it.
Well, they're long shows, so just whenever you get a chance, it's going to be out there. Now the Not Aliens thing is the pay for site, and he's got some free stuff on there, but he's free on YouTube, of course, right?
Oh yeah.
He's been on Lynn Hurley's show, Rebellious Ufology, and it's also Rebellious Archaeology because he's an archaeologist.
Gotcha. What was that one show I've been watching on History? History Channel has become the farce channel to me because it's bullshit anymore. But the Shapeshifter, no, that's not right. Skinwalker Ranch.
Yes.
I don't know what to think of that show.
The show is dumb.
It's interesting. I just, even if it's completely fake, it's still interesting.
Oh, it's not fake. It's not fake. It's just they're trying to control what happens out there, and it's not gonna happen. Skinwalker Ranch's own Bigelow Aerospace, John Bigelow, he owned it. I followed this up until recently, right? He owned it, and he did, check it out, he did like several years worth of research there and sold it to this other rich guy, right? I'll think of his name in a minute. Sold to this other rich guy because he came up short, because you can't buy your spiritual enlightenment. And that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to force it into what he wanted it to be. That's what science does. It says, you are not a screwdriver. You're dismissed. I'm never going to look at you again. I'm looking at a screwdriver.
Right.
You are not a drill. Get the hell out of here. Delete. You're not a drill. I'm looking for a drill. And they never see the forest for the trees. They're looking for things to fit their perception of reality, and it doesn't work that way. And that's why he left it and went to Florida to look for Atlantis. That's what he's doing. He's working in the hot zone looking for Atlantis because that's where it led him. And everybody is going to say, oh, no, he's not going to do that. Watch it. Watch it happen.
Atlantis. Man, I have such a love-hate relationship with the concept of Atlantis.
Dude, you are not caught up on Atlantis, okay? Atlantis. Go ahead, Joe.
on YouTube, I put a link to the Cherokees. Little People Were Real.
Okay.
Or it's a book sold through Amazon.
Okay. I will put it in the show notes. It'll be in the description after the show.
Excellent.
But yeah, okay. The X series. Go look that up. If you want to know about Atlantis and the research about Atlantis, the current research, it has been privatized. They don't want anybody over there because they know there's something there. They're trying to work it. It ain't working for them.
Mm-hmm.
And they keep trying to buy spiritual enlightenment and it ain't going to work. And who was that dude? Okay. But that's what Bigelow did. Come on, stupid browser.
Yeah, personally,
Bigelow,
I think Atlantis is in the Antarctic. That's where my research is sent me.
Yeah, that's where everybody's research took them. That's why people are jumping off from Florida. Bigelow went to Florida because hot zone is between Florida and Antarctica, and Florida and Atlantis is Atlantis is down there. Antarctica is like, I said this in another show. Okay, over 20 years ago, I came up with the game Earth and All Its People, and I thought I was making all the shit up. Right? I thought I was just taking everything, and it was Shangri-La Spaceport in Antarctica, run by aliens and Men in Black, and 24. That was 2002, 2001, something like that, or even maybe even 99. And then 2014, there is a summit held down there for a bunch of world important people. You can't call them leaders because it was not all leaders. It was just a summit of important people. And why? Why? What's down there? You know, publicly we have ice and core samples and just humdrum science shit. They're not going to. Atlantis is a hot button for me, y'all.
Was it Admiral Byrd? I think his name was.
Admiral Byrd, Operation High Jump, went to go chase the Nazis down there, and he was attacked by Nazi regaled flying saucers.
Also, if you, I don't know, I mean, some of the stuff I read, because that's what we talked about. I looked into it for a little bit. That's where apparently the entrance to the center of the Earth, the hollow Earth theory. It's just a bunch of stuff that it feels like they just threw everything on top of it to see what fit.
What do you
mean? Between the hollow Earth, UFOs, whatever. It just.
Well, you know what? Read again about Admiral Byrd and look. He made a book, right?
Right.
Look into the excerpts from that book that are online. A lot of people have researched this, and watch Hot Zone series from Dark Journalist.
Okay.
Oh my God. You will not believe the you know, when somebody gets in trouble, you follow the money, right? You see,
yeah.
Right. Well, I hate to bring him up, but Ghislaine Maxwell is involved, and that's what broke it all open.
Gotcha.
That's what.
Yeah, she had her own submarine. People don't want to talk about.
Yeah, a lot of submarines are down there, and they're doing stuff that you're not allowed to talk about, and that's the public face of it, right? The private face is still very, very private. Military are not allowed to go down there under threat of military justice action against them, or not allowed to talk about it, right? I was this near to 4187ing myself to Antarctica. This close. I was this close. I almost did it. But since I had the form loaded in the computer, I said Groom Lake facility, and the Men in Black showed up. So win-win.
Right.
You remember that one, right?
Mhm.
My little Men in Black stories.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't expect anybody to believe me because there were no other witnesses. No one saw them, and I'm like, for years I was like, did I imagine this? And then I'm like, nope. Welcome back to the weirdness. You didn't imagine any of this stuff. It was real. Twice. I can't believe it. Twice. I wanted to ask Tenny tonight about that, but he had to get the heck out of Dodge for some reason. And everybody wanted to talk to Tenny. He had a line in the hallway. And I'm like, all right, I'm not going to bore him.
But it annoys the ever these shows out there. What annoy the living hell out of me is it's like we're going to tell you the truth, what we find. Then they go out there. Unexpected journeys is bad at it too. Is we're going to find the lost city of whatever. We're going to find the lost gold in the lost gold that that Japanese general buried, and they get absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
And I don't mind reading. I will read it. I'll read all kinds of stuff to see if I can glean anything out of it. But it's always so close, but nowhere near where I want it to be. It feels like it's just repeating what other people have said.
That's exactly what it is. That's mainstream everything. It's just more glam, more glitz.
Yeah, until they're ready to let it be known, it won't be known to the masses. There's so much money to be made on keeping it alive, the mystery, as opposed to solving the mystery. It's kind of like the pharmaceutical corporations. There's no money in a cure, just money in a treatment. And the mystery is like the treatment.
What was that TV show that was on? It was sci-fi based. It was on Sci-Fi Channel. Eureka. The reason why I bring up Eureka was the small town of Eureka, where all the geniuses live. They found the cure for the common cold, but they just decided not to sell it because there was no money in it, and that just pissed me off.
Yeah. Well, that's mainstream for you.
But
and they love the fact that so much has been made about Area 51. That
the great raid that was supposed to happen 2 or 3 years ago now.
Blah.
The thing is that it keeps you from looking at other Air Force areas like Area 52.
Oh, by the way, speaking of all that, there's a guy at work that worked on the F-117, and I asked him, were you on Area 51? He goes, no, Area 51 was a few miles that way. I'm like, oh my God. Okay.
So I think I might have asked you guys this question before, but where do you think Area 51, I mean, not Area 51, Jesus, where do you think Atlantis would be? If you're going to grab a map, put a pin on the board, where do you think it would be?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Between Florida and Antarctica, under the water.
Okay. I can see that. What about you, Joe?
Well, great. I can't remember the name of the river. Great big river. Amazon.
Amazon.
And the Amazon.
Oh.
It's pointing the direction towards Atlantis in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, like the head of the snake?
Sort of. But it's further out.
Okay. What about you, Shadow?
I think it's under the ice. Yeah, Antarctica. I think with the what the fuck do they call it? Where the poles shifted. I think that's where it was, and then the poles shifted, and that's where it is now.
Fair enough. I kind of think it's right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. All the weird shit that goes along with that place.
Part of it is.
What?
Part of it is.
It's a large area.
Yeah, I mean, if Atlantis was a city with unknown technology beyond the era of that time, I think would have to have some, I don't know, magnetic, maybe not magnetic as magnet as we use magnet, but some kind of pole. That's why all the airplanes and ships and other things have just gone missing. The magnetic pole, once again, not using like a magnet, but the pole from it would drag those ships, planes, and everything into it.
You are talking about the Two-Eye Stone. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
You think sonics could be the answer?
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of things about now that they're looking at how the pyramid stones were cut and various other sites, how those stones were cut. And some of the archaeologists are looking at the staffs that are depicted, and the staffs look like huge tuning forks. And they're talking about using sonics to cut. And we know that sonics can cut.
Yeah. They can also do a lot of other crazy shit if one is so inclined.
John Teeter. He has explored this in Canada. I got a bunch of shit locked up in my head, y'all. All you got to do is say the word, and it opens right up.
Now, what were you talking about? I'm talking about what kind of stones?
You're talking about the Two-Eye Stone. And that is also in notaliens.com. The Two-Eye Stone, Edgar Casey talked about it. He was big on Atlantis. And that's why there are a lot of people big on Atlantis. Because the Two-Eye Stone will be something that is a revolution for all technology because it doesn't work on the standard principles that we go by now. They work on principles that we just haven't rediscovered yet.
Right.
Because not aliens, the whole phrase that he uses is, it's not aliens, it's worse, it's us.
Well, it's been said that the Roman Empire had the ability to make the printed word, but they were not aware that they had the ability to do it. All the mechanics, everything was already there for them to make a WordPress. They just didn't think of it. So with that being said, in modern day plumbing, not the plumbing and everything else that the Romans did, we forgot about for hundreds of years. And now indoor plumbing was the great invention, less than 100 years ago, maybe two, whatever time ago.
Oh, you mean the aquifers and the aqueduct system?
Yeah. So I think all the technology is out there per se. I just think Dark Age, the burning of the Library
of Alexandria,
and we do it to ourselves.
Humans have a superpower. Go ahead, Joe.
The Two-Eye Stone, is that the blue stone?
I don't believe so.
Supposedly brought around the destruction of Atlantis because of its misuse.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
I mean, if you look at, what was that? The castle in Florida, the Coral Castle. No one knows how the son of a bitch did it. He did it dead at night. He didn't push all the stones together.
He said he did it with true magnetism.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the hell that means.
the pyramids and all the other great structures, we're like, how did they do it? Maybe the technology has been buried, forced to be forgotten about, locked up right next to the Ark of the Covenant in the Hollywood vaults. I don't know. I'm being a smart ass with the last one. I'm sorry. But yeah, I think that I'm gonna have to look into that one. But I think I agree with that more than I think anything. I think it's not aliens. I think it's us. We've always been our best and worst enemies.
Look at that website. Look up his name on YouTube. He is he brings up evidence. Okay, Terra Prada. Okay, it's from the Amazon. It is soil that it was geoengineered. Okay, they guard it. You're not allowed to take it out of the country, off the continent. And right, the soil. It is from. Omenologist said it. It is from the Amazon jungle. It is what it happens is they don't know how it works. It's magic to them. And as far as I know, and I think I heard somebody say this, they consider it an invasive material, like an invasive species, but an invasive material here in the United States, so you can't import it. Why? Here's what it does. According to him, and I looked it up, this shit's amazing. Okay, there is. Okay, wired link is in the chat. Okay, you take a small amount and you put it in any garden, and it will convert the soil around it to its structure and its makeup. No one knows how they did it. No one knows how it works. It is not allowed to be studied. It is one of the forbidden sciences. And they're also, in short, the Amazon. A park ranger, I don't know. He looked at the Amazon after they were looking at satellite imaging, satellite scans, and they were finding all the structures. And he said, those look like what state park, what national park are we looking at? Because those are ranger stations. And it was like, whoa, what? Do what? Ranger stations in the Amazon? He was like, yeah, that's the way we do it. Because the Amazon was engineered to do exactly what it's been doing for thousands of years, be an air filter, be a recycling station.
Oh, I honestly believe the cure to most of what ails us will be found in the Amazon.
Okay, well,
at first.
Yeah, it'll take a lot of work, but yeah, the Amazon really is an oasis, even though it wants to kill everyone that goes there. You got to speak its language. You got to be able to go there.
That's how it defends itself, so that it can continue doing what it's supposed to do.
They had something similar in the Mississippi, said Omanow. What was that movie? Oh, yeah. Alien versus Predators. Predators come to Earth and they help us build these temples so they can have their not war games, but their great hunt in these temples. The Amazon, the South Pole, and a few other places.
Excuse me, guys.
When they come down, they get 7 volunteers. They impregnate volunteers with xenomorphs, and they would have their great hunt in these temples that they had humans build. If it goes bad and the xenomorphs take over, the predators would nuke the entire area. Where there would be nothing left but ruins. Yes, I know this is a movie. But once again, going back to the small folk, you can't help bouncing into things that's similar to other people's cultures when these cultures had no way to bounce into each other at that point in time.
Yes, you're right. People have been tinkering with the idea of genetic memory and how all the junk data
Yeah.
Oh God, you need to go look at notaliens.com. Oh my God, it's all in there. We're in. He put it this way: humanity, have been put into safe mode because of some catastrophe that happened. No one knows what. It could be a meteor, it could be a giant fire. No one knows what, right? But we're safe moded. And now that there are enough people in the world, and something else, Omanal saying, Omanal is wanting to come in a few minutes. Yes. Yes.
He's one of our friends from the gaming community. He's a great guy.
Yep. Okay,
Excellent.
but where was I? We've been safe moded. The reason, and this is his logic, I'm just saying what he said, and I looked at the reference material, the list. I didn't go there. Okay, so I'm not preaching it. I'm saying talk to that guy, not aliens guy. And the reason all these people are saying we're about to go extinct and all this is because when you have more people, it's kind of like RAM in a computer. Your computer's abilities unlock if you drop that extra RAM in there. And bells and whistles turn on that you didn't know were coming on. I think Omanal is coming in. Speaking of coming on. Okay, Omanal. You are coming in.
No, you start talking about this stuff, and like you're getting into my language when you start.
We are here.
The Terra Prada. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely, Owen. You're good.
I mean, when you start talking about the
now.
Terra Prada, and I know that, and I first heard about it not through. Yeah, I know that Graham Hancock talked a little bit about it, but I first heard about it in, was it 1491, where they're talking about the Terra Prada and some of this other. Boy, you start reading that stuff. And I'm not talking, this isn't even fringe science. It just amazes me on how much information we have where the travels of Francisco de Orellana. We have this information and it's being either suppressed or ignored because they do not want anyone to talk about. I mean, just like they're talking about the, because I've done LiDAR. I like LiDAR. And you also start doing it and you start removing the camping, you realize these places had massive cities. We're talking cities of 10,000 people, and they were all up and down the Amazon. And 100 years later, they're all gone. I mean, that's just and people act like, oh no, this didn't happen. Like, wait a minute, while they're burning, while they're doing this clear cutting and stuff, you look at it, and then you come back and you start saying, well, you find this, and there's so much to deal with astrology. When you were talking about the little people and stuff, and I was, my friend is an archaeologist. He gave me a book called The Big Medicine Wheel, talking about some of this stuff in Wyoming. There's so much that has to do with the stars, and you're going, wait a minute, these people probably had information going back 30, maybe even 70,000 years ago, and we're acting like they were ignorant and dumb. It's like, no, they were not. I also think that while we can disagree, like I still believe that they're by the Azores for Atlantis. We know that there's something there. That's what gets me. Whether we can argue about where the exact location is, but we know that there was some kind of advanced civilization. They all.
I want to throw. Sorry to interrupt, but I want to throw it out there. Atlantis was not a city. Atlantis was a series of places. It was all these places. It was in the Amazon, North America, South America. Went over to the Middle East. Atlantis was all of that.
Right,
Okay.
but I think when most people are talking about Atlantis, they're talking about they're looking at capital city. Right, the capital city. Because I absolutely agree. Because I know that when, let's just say, Atlantis sank, there were already people all over the place. Just like if you were to, let's take a random place like Japan. If you were to nuke Japan right now and sink it under the ocean, there'd be Japanese people all over the world. Maybe just a couple here and there, but when the people in question are 10 or 20 times smarter or more educated than everybody else in the world, those people will find a way to not just propagate, but to pass down their knowledge, whether it's
Right.
the Freemasons or some derivative of that, stretching back to Atlantis or something else like that. They will find a way to preserve and pass on their knowledge and their benefits from their particular family line. It's probably been seeded all over the place since the sinking, let's say, but that didn't stop anything.
Oh, well, yeah, I agree. I think the Atlanteans spread all over the world, which is why we get the stories of Quetzalcoatl, which does not match the stuff. The other part, and I don't know if you've ever looked at the books by David Matheson on him talking about the star myths. He tries relating the myths of the world to the stars. And I don't know if I believe it or not, but he makes a compelling argument that everyone is connected and they have almost similar stories. And it starts making sense when you start looking at it as everyone starts spreading out. And I think we were far more interconnected back. Let me rephrase that. I think we were far more interconnected, let's say, during the Pleistocene. So we're talking before the Ice Age ended, which is basically when Atlantis fell. But I think that we were highly interconnected, and then we lost that until the last few hundred years, where we actually have all this interconnectivity of talking to each other again. And we're just trying to rediscover stuff, and yet people don't want to believe it. No, this couldn't have happened. If it happened once, it means it can usually happen again, or it gets very close.
That's like half of science fiction. Half of all science fiction is based on that.
I read somewhere when H.G. Wells came up with the Travel to the Center of the Earth, there were several groups of people.
H.G. Wells.
Yeah, I'm sorry. H.G. Wells. I'm getting tired. When he wrote the novel Journey to the Center of the Earth, there was groups of adventuring type people that actually went out to different corners of the world to see if there was any truth in his novel.
They actually did that. Now you're talking about Admiral Byrd. Didn't he also want to do something about the North Pole, trying to find something up there? Or
the only thing I ever heard.
He did the North and South Pole.
Yeah, the only thing I ever really heard about the North Pole was trying to find the Northwest Passage, which that ship that sank was recently recovered, maybe about a couple months ago. They made a movie about it. I can't think of the name of the ship. But the people had to abandon ship, and they had to walk from basically not the North Pole, but fairly all the way down to Alaska. It was a hike. It was before they were rescued.
Nathan, before Connell mentioned the H.G. Wells, I saw you shaking your head, and I completely forgot what we were talking about, other than I was talking about the star myths here.
I think he was. I don't remember. It's fine.
Because I could tell you were like on something. You started smiling. I was like, all right, he's got a bunch more information.
Yeah. Half of science fiction has addressed all of that. If it happens, it could happen again. Battlestar Galactica. Genocide of a whole nation. Alderaan in Star Wars.
He
lifted it from somewhere. That's what he lifted it from.
I'm going to ask you a question about it, because we're talking about I know you mentioned epigenetic memory.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of our epigenetic memory wants us to tell stories so we don't forget these things. And that's why they're so compelling whenever we start talking about great cataclysms and stuff, because those seem to resonate with us where it would not seem to resonate with anyone else, oddly enough. But it seems for us, it's ingrained in this. And now I know some of it's dated. I don't know if you've talked about this before, but you start listening to Sodom and Gomorrah, and now they're starting to admit it looks like a meteor hit those areas. And you go, okay, if that can happen there, where else can it happen to?
India.
Yes.
Dwarka?
Yeah.
You talking about Dwarka?
I'm thinking of a place. The H stones. Not it's aliens. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. Talks about it all the time.
Oh,
Sukalos. Oh, the
Giorgio
H stones.
Tsoukalos?
Yeah. I can't think of it. I'm getting tired too. I've had a long day. But he I can't think of it.
well, I know that there's the sinking of that city in India that they said was thousands of years ago. Well,
Isn't that Dwarka?
I thought that's what it may have been. I don't remember the exact name, but I think that's probably.
And then they found it.
Yeah, look at Doggerland. We know Doggerland was there, and they refused to believe it for decades, even though fishermen were pulling up artifacts from Doggerland since for hundreds of years. And they're like, no, that wasn't there. Like, wait a minute, you're pulling up literal artifacts from under the water, and now and it wasn't until the 80s or 90s they admit that Doggerland sank. Probably it was 6,000 years ago or something.
I've heard that name before, but I have no reference.
Doggerland is east of England that used to allow it to touch to Germany.
Okay.
And
okay.
And as the polar ice sheets have melted, they put it underwater.
That's I heard. I'm a big George R. Martin fan. And when he was describing his world, there was a bridge that went from basically, in his point of view, from Spain to Great Britain. And that's how the Anderman, but yeah, he used that term. That's where I heard it from.
Yeah, but Doggerland, they know it was there. It went underwater. I can't remember if it was 6,000 BCE or if it was 6,000 years ago when it finally completely sank under the sea. But fishermen have been going out there, and this is what gets me. This is why I hate the arrogance so much of stuff. Yeah, well, like I have a couple friends that are archaeologists, and they like to go back. But even talking about Crete, they'll talk about Crete was only like 4,500 years ago. He says, no, we were finding aqueducts in there 8,500 years ago. And you're like, wait a minute, that's thousands of years before what they'll put in the books. For some reason, they don't want to admit that we had, and I'm going to use this term. We can argue about it, but I'm going to use the term advanced civilization. What I mean is, it's a civilization far more advanced than what it was supposed to be for the time. Because look at the Man of Ur. I don't know if you've seen that one, or by Gobekli Tepe. Look at that. That's their stuff.
12,000 plus.
Yeah, and it's of a quality that was like 6,000 years later, and you're going, well, wait a minute, where are we losing the 6,000 years from there? That's what amazes me on that. And they pretend. My favorite is like, oh, it can only be nomads. And I'm looking at the area because I like to look at Google Earth for this stuff, and I go, that looks like prime farmland for decades. And they've been admitting they're finding artifacts down there, but they still don't want to admit that maybe we did have cities and civilization for long periods of time. And to be fair, most cities are near the coast. And all of a sudden, if the sea level rises 400 feet, they're going to be underwater. So anyway, sorry for interfering with that. I know that Nathan has a lot more information.
You're not interfering with it. Gobekli Tepe was one of the places I was trying to remember. Thank you.
Yeah, that place is freaking incredible. That's
Once again, I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
So Gobekli Tepe, and I highly recommend that you look at the carvings in it. What happened, and I like listening to Randall Carlson, and he gets into a lot of the science stuff. Though I know I've personally met him and talked to him. There's a lot of other stuff that I know that Nathan gets into for that, but they're talking about what they did is apparently they abandoned this celestial monuments, which are they've got columns and everything else, which are related to the stars. That's what they believe. Apparently, they buried it 12,000 years ago, so right at the end of the Ice Age. For some reason, it was buried, and they only rediscovered it probably in the 1960s, and it's
it's absolutely amazing. The sheer concept that people back then would bury an entire massive complex bigger than Stonehenge, isn't it? Right, it's massive. It's fucking massive. They buried something. Why would they bury anything other than, like a pot full of treasure or something like that? But we're talking a city, bigger than where I live. Okay. The people decided, okay, yeah, we'll bury this. We'll just leave. You know what I mean? If they were so primitive, and if you ever look at the architecture, the style, the finesse, the skill that went into building and carving this place out of stone, and then they went and buried it. Why? You could just leave. If you don't care about something like that, you just fucking leave. You don't bury an entire freaking, basically a small city. Unless there's some serious reason that you can convince thousands of people to bury it.
Preservation.
Right. But why would people so primitive even think like that? Even have a reason to do it, let alone build it? But now they've built it. Now they're going to bury it? Just fucking walk away. But no, they went and spent years to bury it.
Here's what gets me about the whole thing is I looked at it and you look at the carvings like you said, and they're very well done. And they're like, oh, it's just wandering nomads. I said, people don't just get this ability. And I understand it's sandstone, so it's a little bit easier to carve. That takes years of skill and work to do, which means that's what you dedicate your life to. And if you're dedicating your life, that means there has to be a support system behind it.
Speaking of support systems, if you actually look at the sculptures and the carvings that he's talking about, they have a style that almost defies gravity in a way. You know what I mean? How they have these weird things hanging off the side to where it looks like animals crawling up a column or something like that, and they would tip over if you didn't do it just right, when they could have just carved it simpler, so that you don't have this pillar with this giant freaking monkey or lizard hanging off the top side of it. You know what I mean?
No, you're absolutely right. I'm just like, I like watching Nathan as he starts smiling when we start mentioning this stuff. Like he's like, I know. I just, it's fun watching things for that. But I
saw that too, Owen.
I'm an engineer, so I start looking at this. I said, why is it, and people don't want to mention this, and I'm going to mention this about the Romans, because you guys mentioned that a little bit earlier. Why is it that the Romans can do things within inches, but I can't get a modern contractor with all of our modern equipment to hit something within 2 feet most of the times? And I said, and here they are going through mountains. Here's a really good example. They built a bridge across the Rhine in a week, and we can't build a stupid bridge. And then only when they were done did they burn it. That's what amazed me, is that they burned the bridge just to show off they could do it. And that was under Caesars. And yet we somehow can't get ourselves to build anything with any efficient time for modern military. I mean, we can put out pontoon boats, but try building a bridge to bring 5,000 soldiers across. That's freaking amazing in a week. And we're talking, it just blows my mind for that.
Well, okay, I will give them, they did have more people that they could get to work on a project like that, especially with those massive whips. Well, I mean, that they could just force to work. We have to pay people.
Well, they were all this was the Roman army, so all 5,000 soldiers would do it. But it seems like we can't do that nowadays, no matter how many soldiers we put. And to be fair, there's a certain point where you're bringing out soldiers where they're getting in the way. You don't want too many people, because now they're all stepping over each other. But how in the world can they do that? We can't seem to be able to build a little bridge across somewhere in a week.
And there are so many things that they built in the old days that we still can't even come close to. Baalbek.
Right.
It's was it when Hannibal?
Go ahead. Okay, Aminal. You say what kind of engineer are you? Are you specified or specialized?
I'm a civil engineer and geotechnical, so my specialty is soils, and I
Okay.
work with dams.
Civil engineer. Well, if you went with soils and geotechnical, you might not know what I'm talking about. But I worked with several civil engineers before, and their criteria is cost, right? Their criteria is always cost. There's, about the bidding platform where you bid for jobs, the lowest bidder, right? Um, they use that criteria of cost and then get into all the crappy subcontracting, right? But then you get the ancient guys, their criteria was different. Their methods were different, methods of getting people, and it's all about human condition. It's not about whether we can do it or not, it's whether we can pay for it or not now. That's our criteria now.
I'm going to look at this because I worked with the military, getting the military together to do, and we're talking about for combat injuries. By the sounds of it, you were in the Army, I guess, Nathan?
Yes.
Do you remember the joke where they said if you wanted to build a bridge faster, tell the combat engineers to build two and they can blow up one? But I'm saying, even when I look at it, I don't think that we have the technical skill that they did, which is funny because I'm not saying that human beings can't do this. It just amazes me when you look at the Roman army, which admittedly was as much a construction crew as it was a military force for fighting, because they built the roads and everything. But, look at their equipment. It says we have all of the major equipment, and yet trying to get contractors, even good contractors, and I've had some of them, trying to have them build things with modern equipment and excavators and dozers and pile drivers.
And all that shit's meaningless in comparison to some of the things that have been built in thousands of years ago.
And I use the Romans in particular because we have evidence. No one's disagreeing about it. I mean, a lot of stuff that I look at, which goes for the pyramids, and I was I have a couple of books by a industrial engineer who talks about exactness and tolerances and things, and the things that they're doing.
Christopher, oh God, what the hell? I was just watching him last night.
Christopher Dunn?
Yeah.
So the stuff that
it's really boring to listen to sometimes, but he's a genius.
Going through his book is a real chore. You have to really go through it. But that said, as an engineer, I can appreciate what he's doing, and you have to say, well, how did they do it based off this? And what it's telling you is that they were doing something else. Just like when you start looking at the pottery that they had, I think that they were using, and I think this is the problem that I have with it, is everyone treats it's new as if it's new, it's better, without realizing. And this is why I get sometimes away from aliens and stuff, because if we can find out what our ancestors did and we can replicate it, maybe we can improve on things a lot more. I mean, the pyramids, and I was listening to a couple guys that went there and they were showing stuff off. It looks like they just stopped the work. They were doing work and then they just abandoned it. And some of the things that I'm looking at on where they're drilling through granite, like how in the world are you drilling through granite that big? Because most time we just blast things, but it looks like, and then I think they may have used acid or something. And we know but go ahead. What was that?
Onyx.
I think that there was a lot of that too. But some of it, you're looking at, it's like, well, how do you get this exactness? That's what gets me about it. It's the precision that went into it. And you're right. And you could even tell from the buildings in the 1930s, talking about it, buildings were meant to be monuments. They weren't meant to just be purely functional. I went to Texas A&M, and the civil engineering building was the old veterinary building, and you look at the mosaics on the outside and stuff. It's absolutely gorgeous for it, and we don't do that anymore. Our buildings are just, here you go. They may make a lobby look pretty, but they are not the monuments they used to be. I think that we've lost some of that aspect, and just they were almost like sacred places, which is why we talk about the
Well,
coin
like
stuff.
Nathan just said, the reason behind the building and the techniques and the motivation has changed drastically. Now we want to make things cheaper and faster as opposed to sturdier and more durable, regardless of the cost. In the old days, you could buy, a tool that would last 100 years. Now, if you buy a brand new tool, you're lucky if it lasts a couple of years. They'll give you the lifetime warranty because they don't think you'll bother with the paperwork and bring it back and do all that other crap. It's easier to make cheap shit than it is to make quality material. In the older days, and the further back you go, the more that was a priority as opposed to speed and durability. Just like with some of the oldest of monuments and some of the oldest of structures, they're made with a completely different mindset behind the entire reason to build it. Now when we build something, it's just to get it done as quick as possible.
Get paid.
As cheap. Yeah, to get cheap. Back then they were doing it to make it last, and because they were being, maybe forced to do it, but they need to make it so that it would last and be a testament to a greater cause. We don't build monuments anymore.
It was a spiritual aspect to it. I mean, just like you're talking about, it wasn't just functionality. There was, anyone that's been to the churches, and you look at Gothic churches, and look at how much. It took hundreds of years in some cases to build them. Yes. Okay. There's something to be said for it. And you can tell when you walk in, and yet you don't see the same things of the craftsmanship. I want to say that people put their soul into their work.
Right. We had a church. We had a church built, a massive, massive church built about 200 yards from where I live right now. If I were to take a hammer, just a hammer, I could tear it down by myself. It would take a long time, but I could tear it down with a hammer. But you go find a church built 100 years ago, you couldn't tear it down with anything but a wrecking ball.
Notre Dame.
Even just smaller, less important churches were built with a completely different mindset. We're using things like sheetrock and lumber. They were using stone and steel, etc., and brick. Sure, you could take a hammer to it, but it would take you 100 lifetimes, to tear it down to the ground. I could go over to this gigantic church that's as big as a strip mall, and if I hit it with a hammer, in the right places over the course of a month, the whole thing would fucking come down.
Look at Saint Sophia. It's lasted over 1,000 years. And in an earthquake-prone zone.
Yeah.
Yet it stood up, and yet buildings all around will collapse around it. And here's what gets me, is I understand that the dome did fall one time, what was it, about 1,000 years ago or so, and then they repaired it. But you look at some of these things, and like, how in the world is it built? How did they know how to build it against earthquakes and a lot of stuff like that?
You know what? That makes me think of my theory. I believe that if you get to a certain technological level, you learn how to do things better in a more lasting fashion with the cheapest or most readily available durable materials. For example, if you were to go from here to another planet, it would be better to bring knowledge than materials, than high-tech tools. It would be better to understand how to use what we might consider primitive technologies to build like our star bases and our outposts out of stone and natural things that are there, with using brain power to use what's there. Like building a pyramid. It would be easier to build a pyramid than to transport a pyramid.
Oh,
if you wanted to make something, like Dunn says, thinking that the pyramids are like the equivalent of a microwave field generator by using natural ingredients at the right location with the running of the water and all that to produce an energy beam coming straight out of the pyramid out of what? Sandstone. It's basically rock.
Yep.
Placed over a river as opposed to trying to bring a gigantic freaking, high-tech electronic device to do the same freaking thing. Sure, it may have taken them hundreds of years or whatever time to build it, but they didn't have to carry anything with them. It's that kind of idea that I think is behind all of the greatest mystery buildings out there, that they were built with a purpose, using incredibly high intellect, but the most primitive materials available. That they've gotten so smart.
I'm going to ask Joe a question, because you seem to like to do a lot of the harmonics. And I don't know, I've only heard people reference it. I don't know anything about it, but have you heard about them talking about the Buddhist monks being able to lift large stones like hundreds of feet by singing? I haven't really looked into it. It just, some things I'm like, well, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it sounds kind of like magic, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, but that's why I was mentioning, because Joe likes using the word harmonics. I was wondering if he was familiar with that or anything.
Or sonic.
Well, yeah, it is sonic. It's the harmonics.
I mean, getting that right pitch. Everybody gets the right pitch, and you get a sonic. Whatever.
Well, think about it. If opera singers can break glass with their voices, what could 100 opera singers do with the right note?
And not even that. Right? Some of the staffs that they carried, like you look on the Egyptian pyramids and see them carrying these staffs, and you wonder what purpose it has, because it looks like it has a tuning fork at the very end of it.
Mm-hmm.
And, it may come down to you strike that tuning fork on the right thing and put the right sort of bell in front of it or whatever, like we use a speaker nowadays.
Amplifier.
And, well, not an amplifier itself, because let's say they didn't have the technology for an amplifier. But that the old bullhorns and that used just the voice, human voice, but it was focused in a beam.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's a shofar.
I think my favorite structure are the heads on Easter Island.
Those are pretty crazy, especially if you've seen some of their excavation sites. There's this one excavation site on Easter Island where it looks like they were able to cut behind the rock that they were trying to pull out, and it's perfectly flat and squared, like they pulled out a perfect squared chunk right out of the wall of the mountain. But it's perfectly flat. The only way we could do it would be to take out the rock and then chisel the wall flat afterwards, which would serve no purpose. As if like they took like a hot cheese wire and just slid it through and cut it down and pulled it out, which is impossible. But that's how it looks. It's a perfectly squared cavity inside a mountain. That there's no reason why you would do that. If you got the rock out, you wouldn't then go back to the hole and make sure it's all nice and flat. You would just pull the rock out and be on your way. It's almost as if they had some way to. It's almost as if they had a way to cut behind the rock that they wanted so they could pull it out. It's just fucking amazing.
Well, I know that
baffling.
Christopher Dunn was showing that with what was that, the 1,000-ton obelisk that cracks that they just decided to leave, and I'm going, okay, I can see this, but they're going at like they're going at almost a 90-degree angle. It looks like it comes down and then curves, and I went,
yep.
How the hell did they do that? And it looks like it's almost melting. I saw somewhere where they were talking about using, which I thought was interesting. There are certain plants that if you put them together, they create. You can distill them down to fluoric acid. And fluoric acid is one of those things that could eat through a lot of this stuff. And I've seen where they're quoting parts of the Bible where, you know, some of it escaped and burned people. But the question really comes down to, is that what they did or not? And then how did they do it? And then, you know, how do you store some of this stuff? There's some weird.
And how do you control that down to the precision that they have?
Maybe a drop at a time.
I was thinking that at a certain point you soften it and then you can start carving it out, and you don't need, you know,
maybe
it'll dissolve at a certain point, and then you can just basically take your copper chisels and then maybe just you know, break it out. But the other part, and I know they always show these round balls, because I like looking at things from the
I was watching that last night. That's funny you mentioned that.
There's so many cool things that are out there, and I think that
I know what you're thinking.
If we understand the lowest technology that people could do it, instead of trying to always improve everything and say, okay, how did they do it, and how did they do it better than us? Like cutting through granite, like Joe was talking about with some of the harmonics, with the resonance in there, and they can cut through some of this stuff, and it's very small. I just think that our ancestors. And I have to be careful about projecting things. I think our ancestors were far more advanced during the end of the Ice Age, until the Ice Age occurred, and at that point we had a massive civilizational collapse, and we
Dark Age
to get back up.
The Younger Dryas.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's funny too, because I think we're going in a completely different advancement direction, if that makes any sense. They used a more holistic approach to everything, and we're using a completely artificial approach to everything, which is completely out of tune with nature, whereas theirs was very much in tune with nature, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, you're talking about spirituality and magic. We've lost it. We've gone away from that.
I don't know if it would. I would attribute necessarily anything unexplainable in that sort of a spiritual sense. I could see how there could be just an actual science that would just include more natural methods and ingredients, as opposed to, you know, lithium strip mining and more invasive and toxic methods, almost as if we're trying to go the exact opposite direction of what they used to get the same results, but using the most corrupt ways to do things instead of the most in tune with nature ways of doing things.
I think that we have some of that. I think the other thing that when we look at it is, and this is what amazes me, is there's this desire, unlike previous civilizations or for, you know, thousands of years, where you look to your elders to learn from the past on how to do things, and there was this connection as we went through. Now that it seems like they want to shear us from that very connection. And
did you just say COVID-19? I could have swore you just said COVID-19.
No. Shearing the yeah, I know, but it's like they're trying to.
Don't get me booted.
No. But it's
just clarifying, man. Just clarifying.
Well,
my headphones aren't working right.
Well, no, but they want to shear anything from the past. I mean, you start looking at this stuff and you're going, wait a minute. You know, when Solon went to Egypt and he says we're an inheritors of an ancient civilization, and it seems that we have this hubris nowadays, rather than, and you can see more and more of it where they want to shear, which, and I'll give my little conspiracy theory about meters. Everyone talks about meters. I'm going, yeah, but as I start learning more about where feet may have come from and miles, you start realizing there is an actual reason for these measurements. And by getting rid of those, you're beginning to shear people having that connection to the past. And I think it's an intentional. Oh, what's that there?
Meter.
Oh, okay, it's a different kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Well played, Joe. Well played.
Yes.
Omen, you know what though? Think about it like this. Okay, imagine you were the bad guys, right? Okay, you're the bad guys, right? And you want to rule the world. Wouldn't you want to do away with the smartest opposition, that being the oldest people with the most wisdom and experience and intelligence? Wouldn't you want to get rid of those people and have nothing but a Logan's Run type society of nothing but young, dumb, ignorant 29-year-old people, and once they get to a certain point, you get rid of them so that you can stay alive and be, the supreme intelligence of your bad guy, boy band or whatever, and get rid of all of your competition.
That's the reason why socialism gets rid of all the intellectuals.
Yep.
This is also my view on it, which is, they look at human beings to be harvested and not as people with the spirituality. I mean, what amazes me is, why, when you start looking at, and I know that Con will take this, but if you look at some of the abortion aspect, why is it that they want to go to the third trimester? We're not talking at the beginning. You're talking about taking fully viable human beings that can survive out of the mother and killing them. What is the
You know what I heard yesterday? Did you hear what I heard yesterday? Where this woman was saying that they want to now increase the age of abortions to 18 years old. So if you're a parent, you heard that, didn't you?
Sounds like Jewish scripture.
Where if your child is a problem child, you could just take them down and put them to sleep, because it's more humane than letting them grow up as a failure, because they were, during their youngest, part of their life, when they're going to be failures the most, when they're going to act up, when they're going to misbehave. Well, if they don't become good little soldiers and communists, that they can just go, well, you're 17 years old and you haven't been getting straight A's and you got into some trouble. I'm just going to take you down and put you to sleep because it's the more humane thing to do. I watched this woman spout this shit yesterday.
Well, here's what gets me. They want to do it, but then they don't want to give the child to their father. Because I'm like, look, I'll joke.
Well, because then you get toxic masculinity and rugged individualism.
And
American exceptionalism.
Let's be honest about this. The winter is coming. Regardless of what we're looking at, what's happened in the West. I never thought this would happen in my lifetime, to watch such an implosion of the entire thing. And I went, it's almost like they don't care. It's like slitting people's throats, and there's an inhumanity to it. I'm thinking, I like listening. This is why I think mythology is so important. Is that it was to teach people critical lessons. Now, not all of them were good, but a lot of them, I think, were used as warning posts throughout history. Look at the fairy tales for Grimm fairy tales. When we're talking about the little people and everything else, they were warnings for us.
Yes, they were.
That's why I look at it, and I agree with James L. Politics is mostly theater. It's to distract you from what's going on behind the scenes, because neither side wants you to know what's actually going on. And I went, what happened to humanity? I want to look back and say, yeah, I'm amazed by our ancestors. When you look at the Olmecs, they built those giant heads. You look at the Mayans, where they had, calendars that took years, and now you're looking at it, and I'm looking at some of this where they're talking about 1 degree in the sky. When they talk about the precession of the Earth, it takes like 25,000. What is it? 600 years?
26.
200,000.
Yeah, I wanted to say 200 as well.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there, and you look at that. Think about that. Your ancestors had to sit there, and how many generations had to come about to find this out, and they did it by staring at the stars, and usually it's not one procession; it's going to be like 2 or 3 before you say, "Yeah, I can verify this." Sorry, Nathan, if I've completely derailed some of this.
Oh, no, that's right on target with what we do here. You're good. You know it.
You may not realize this, Omen, but you're being vetted as you speak.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I'm surprised they still let me on, to be completely honest.
You came up with a new science. You're in.
Oh, okay. I'm going to bring up one other point here, which I think is, and this is where people can get into Freemasonry. I think the important part is, and I think that we've been through this many times, where people above don't actually like doing any real work. And yet the people that are actually doing the real work, which are your tradesmen, I think that a lot of it is that because the people at the top only look at what they can see and tradesmen look at the foundations, that's where you're able to put in your symbols and everything else to pass knowledge onto future generations by almost having your own secret language or symbolism underneath, where the people at the top believe that they're too good to learn it. And because they're not willing to get their hands dirty, that allows you to communicate information throughout the centuries.
Do you get it? Do you understand the reference?
No, I
Yeah.
couldn't read it.
I see wizard.
Wizards.
Oh,
Do you understand the reference?
No, I'm missing it, man.
I'm missing it. I'm sorry.
Are you talking about the old cartoon movie?
That was all.
Terry Pratchett.
Oh, I never read
okay.
Terry Pratchett, to be fair. So
I highly recommend it.
Terry
Yeah,
Pratchett
me neither.
and Neil Gaiman had a
Gaiman.
Gaiman. Read Good Omens. If that
That's
is the
the
best,
new stuff.
that's
read-
the best. Hold on. The reason why I say that is a very good introductory to their style of writing.
Discworld. Ankh-Morpork. Pork.
Yeah.
Cohen the Barbarian. Oh, these people are awesome.
well, what
I
was-
read
what
most of them. Anyway,
what-
sorry. That was the derail right there.
Oh, no,
That's
okay.
your hat. That's spaceologist. That's your hat.
I also like. I was just thinking about it. Now I've completely derailed.
I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
It's normally me that disrails us, so this is new.
Well, I mean, to be fair on this is, and I know Nathan has really dug in deep on these things. I'm just a superficial level, and I just try thinking of, oh, well, this sounds kind of cool, and I just throw out ideas, and my friend will throw stuff. But the same thing when I start when you were talking about the Terra Prata stuff. A lot of it, by my understanding, is from these fungi, and people don't want to talk about. I saw stuff that great book called Mycelium Running, where he's talking about it was like 200,000 parts per million or 20,000 parts per million of gasoline, diesel. So the area was completely contaminated, and they put in oyster mushrooms, and it went down to 200, so they could use it as normal soil. I was like, and there's other stuff that they're talking about that it can get rid of VX nerve gas and things like this. And what bothers me about is the government would rather us not have that. It's the same thing whenever they're talking about, I just saw where they're talking about, oh, well, we're going to buy all these radiation tablets. And I'm thinking, could you just de-escalate so we don't need radiation tablets? Let's bring this down. You don't have to like Russia. You don't have to like Ukraine. But at a certain point, nuclear war doesn't benefit anyone. And we're not going to come out of this in a good way.
You're wrong, Omen. Here's where you're wrong. Because right now, I don't know if anybody noticed this but me, but somebody wants to decrease the population of the planet by 90% so that the people who are left make much better slaves and servants and workers. It's a whole lot easier to manage.
A nuclear bomb. Okay, the problem with that theory is this: it's like the song "Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Around." Right? They shoot off a nuke, we shoot off a nuke. If by chance somebody is still surrounding, there could be a third nuke. Albert Einstein says, "I do not know what World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones."
I'm not disagreeing. Well, here's the thing that I'm looking at is and I don't want to get overly political. I know I am, but I want to just leave it as a general aspect. Is look at the people in power, and this has been true for centuries, or I say thousands of years, where they're incompetent. When you start looking at it, is they're highly inbred. They aren't intelligent. I mean, they may have the intelligence, but they have no skills. They don't know how to wire their house. They don't know how to build a building. They somehow think this. None of them have gone out and worked in the oil fields, and they think that they're going to survive and they're going to be okay. And they talked about this even during the Dark Ages, where where nobles had to go out to farm their own land. It's not that they're going to improve their life. They think that they will. Oh, I'll reduce the population, without realizing you're just going to condemn yourself to being in the Stone Age far more than if you just de-escalate. That's the thing. And yes, I agree with that on, wish goodwill.
But that's not where they're thinking they're going.
Mm.
They're thinking AI is going to replace most of us as workers. You don't.
That's only if the infrastructure survives.
You don't need to feed all of us.
Oh, yeah.
You just throw a dozen AI out that does all the basic jobs you need around you.
That's a good point, Joe. I didn't even think of that. I think you're right there on that part, Joe. You got to look at it like this.
Yeah.
People like Bill Gates and every other billionaire out there has a bunker that should be able to withstand a complete Holocaust. And they're probably thinking that either through AI or transcendence or some other bullshit, that if they don't survive through technology, then their offspring will, and their offspring will be the new kings of the world with, maybe only 100 slaves at first, but eventually they will become the new monarchs of the world.
But I think this comes back to, when I looked at, when he's talking about the space wizards, and like I said, I've listened to a lot of the stuff from Randall Carlson, who's been doing stuff, and he's been doing a lot of research, and that's part of the reason I went up to Washington, D.C. to look at those giant floods. There's not enough left. There's a certain point that we're learning now for COVID that when systems collapse, they don't collapse in a, it's not a scalable thing. When they suddenly collapse, they collapse in a catastrophic way. And that's the problem that I have with these. And I agree with Joe, is they assume that AI will come in, but your AI doesn't work if you don't have all these systems and people supporting them. And that's what I'm trying to say is, if we had good, competent leaders, we could avoid a lot of things. But these are not the smartest of people. These are people that are ideologically inbred. And instead of asking questions like Nathan,
and they don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, well, yeah, they don't understand that when things collapse, they're going to be, yeah, okay, that's great. You're going to go out there and you're going to starve to death just because you think you have five years of food in there. You don't understand how to farm. You don't understand how to do wiring. You don't understand how to do HVAC. You don't have any of these skills. You don't. Your technological, like for people like myself with the design. Okay, well, we're not going to be going into those bunkers with you guys because we're not worthy. And then your tradesmen, they're going to be the same way as, ooh, I don't want to do that. How many times have I looked at people that said, oh, I don't want to eat with someone that's a plumber. Oh, I don't want to eat, with a tradesman. In the meantime, like, those are great guys to talk to. I hate losing the, that's the way that I feel about it is I wish they would wake up and realize that it doesn't just affect the common person. It's going to affect everyone at some point.
I say this as a joke. Please remember I'm saying this as a joke. I picked the one career where I am, I think I'll be okay. I am a chef. Everybody needs to eat. Even rich fuckers.
Don't get me wrong, Connell. I think that they'll drag you into the thing below. I just, but
my life's gonna suck, but I'll still be around.
I'll like to think it's Soylent Green. It's like, well, how do I make people taste better? Sorry,
salt and pepper. What was that TV show? Snowpiercer.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. In some ways,
Oh,
speaking of a great villain, the Mr.
W.
Yeah. He played by Sean Bean is a great villain in that for season 2.
I'm so glad to see Sean Bean not die in something.
So anyway, I think that there's so much out there, and I wish this. The other problem is that it's the joking of technology, or a lot. I say technology. It's really knowledge. A lot of knowledge seems to require someone to die before it can advance. And they've been talking about that with the archaeologists. Is these old archaeologists do not want to admit that there were advanced civilizations. And again, when I say advanced, I'm thinking at least to the Greek level in many of these areas. They want to believe that it was always, it's the same thing with the Amazon. Oh, the Amazon was always unpopulated. Like, wait a minute, we have literature from the contemporaries, which was the, was it Caraval with Francesco de Orellano, as they're going down, where they said that the Amazon may have had over 1 million people. It was more populated then than it is now. And yet we don't want to talk about that. We want to, and I think some of it is just like you're talking about with the Great Reset and the, what is the other, was it the 2030 agenda, which is the same thing almost, and reduce the Georgia Guidestones. We have to reduce the population to a certain level.
Well, yeah, well, those got nuked. Those got nuked for a reason.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, in some ways, and this is the way I felt about it, is I would have preferred them to be staying up because that's a warning to everyone.
Yeah, that's why they took them down.
Yeah,
the message got out to the people they wanted to teach it to, and now they had to erase it. When a bomb goes off, that crime scene stays active for days. This one was cleared up in a matter of like 4 hours. It was like it never existed. That is such a complete breach of protocol during a crime scene, which is proof that the criminals behind it were the authorities.
Thank you, Shadow.
The surveillance system on the Georgia Guidestones was directly hooked up to the sheriff's department by no less than 16 cameras, 24-hour-a-day surveillance, and they're telling us they didn't see who did it, and whoever did it so fast that they couldn't get a squad car out there to stop them.
No, getting a squad car out there to stop them, I do believe that.
But I'm going to bring something up even more interesting. You know, again, I don't want to get too much into it. Is look, DC is one of the most has most of the cameras, and yet for some reason they can't seem to solve high-profile crimes. And like you said, it's because they don't want to. That's what.
There's a massive concentrated effort to throw us into chaos worldwide. If you haven't noticed it over the last 2 years, it's unlike anything in human history that I'm aware of. In a massive effort to drive millions of people into their graves and reduce, what we know as civilization to something else.
Well, it's not the first time in living history. Before they used camps.
Well, I mean, I've never felt so much like it is looking at history. It's like World War I, where everyone sees the war coming and no one's trying to de-escalate. That's the weirdest part of me. That's what I don't understand with this whole thing. It's like, wait a minute, like they talked about, there wasn't going to be a war, but it's like they keep ramping up. Like somehow there's nothing.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense if you see them wanting the highest kill count in history in the shortest amount of time. That makes it all make sense.
Does anybody actually know the numbers for World War One? I think World War II was somewhere in the millions of people died.
I think it was like 100-something million for World War II when you can put, and I think it was like 20 million for World War One, something like that. I could be off.
And yet Pol Pot killed 100 million by himself. They're trying to break records.
Look! This is anyone that reads Gulag Archipelago can tell you that's what they're trying to head us towards. Right over there, along with that's what gets me about it. You look at it like, how does this benefit you long term? Because even the Russians have admitted. I mean, it's like these people don't have any concept. They think they're going to keep their same standard of living, and yet when you look at the Russian standard of living, even for the most rich and powerful, went down compared to what it would have been if they had not gone that way. I agree with you. It seems like they want the genocide out there, and they're okay with having the chaos. And at some point, it's going to bite them, and that's what I fear from that aspect. And that's why, I know you're doing this with your son, and I like doing this with my son. Is be prepared to be useful. Like you said, is if you're useful, you at least have a chance.
I'm teaching my daughter how to cook. I will be taking her to learn how to break down a deer. She has no problem with the concept. I've never showed her the movie Bambi for a reason. But I got a question for you guys since we're having this conversation. And all the movies out there with not a utopian, but the opposite of utopian, dystopian future movies, books so far. Do any of you guys have one that, for one odd reason or the other, the one you wouldn't mind ending up in? If this is the shit I have to deal with, I'd rather be this shit.
I mean,
the Time Machine, where he goes way into the future, and humans are having the best lives. Only they don't realize they're the food for the creatures on the ground. Everything's provided for them, but they're basically cattle. Or Ready Player One, or
then are you saying the kind of dystopia I want, or the kind of dystopia that I think it's going towards?
The kind of dystopia that if you had a choice to live, whatever, we're going to transfer you into this world. No matter what you do, it's all going to shit. But you get a choice of what shit you want to deal with. Or is this question too far out there?
No, it's not too far out there. It's just we've never used this as kind of a criteria for anything before. It's not far out there. I'll give you that.
Because I always kind of wondered, what if an alien species came down and was like, listen, you guys are fucked, but we can hijack your brains into something. What would you want?
I'd want them to go back wherever the fuck they came from and stay there.
Well, that's not an option.
You know what I'm going to say is, if anyone remembers the Buck Rogers from the 25th century where they lived in the domes, and then they had the crazy part outside. But I don't know. Part of what I do is you look at it and everyone's trying to go over for the utopian aspect, but then they forget that a lot of this can be flipped on a switch and make it a complete dystopia. But when I look at it, I mean, I hate saying this, and I don't wish ill, and I don't really want this to happen. But if it was going to do it, I would much rather there be a collapse based on a disease that's preferably not man-made, so we could at least still farm and things like that. I am really concerned of when nuclear weapons start getting launched, that at that point the survivors are going to wish that they were dead. Those people who think that they're going to be safe in their bunkers are going to realize that it's going to be hell on earth for them, and way too many people suffer. That's yeah. But I don't know. I would rather focus on trying to understand the mysteries of the past, and while I'm trying to write off to my congressman of de-escalate, is like, hey, if you aren't going to de-escalate, I'm not going to vote you in. And I told my son this. I said, I don't care which party you're on. At this point, I'm going to vote for whoever's not going to send you off into war or watch you get blasted into atoms.
I completely agree with that. I always say vote with your conscience. But to answer my own damn question, it's a mixture between Ready Player One, for those who have read the book, where Earth has basically crapped itself, and we find a way to live via VR. I think it would be an interesting one. I mean, the asshole in me wants to say Judge Dredd, but I wouldn't survive that.
I hear that you might survive it because they have this whole group. I don't know. There's a whole world built about it. It's not just Judge Dredd.
What was that, Joe?
What about Alphaville?
Oh, yeah.
You can finally overcome the tyrant.
I mean, would Sixth Sense kind of be in that? Not Sixth Sense. Bruce Willis, Aliens. Sixth Element.
Fifth Element.
Fifth Element. Yeah. I'm tired. It's been a long day.
Oh God! Oh, it's like saying, "Who's Luke Skywalker? What? Who? This guy? Duke? Duke? You said
The whiny kid that
Fifth Element. Oh my God!
It wasn't one of.
Okay.
You've broken Nathan.
There is a certain amount of qualifications you got to meet to be here, technologist.
The only thing I remember from that show is that black actor with the fucking hair. Oh,
Ruby Rod.
Yeah, that and Bruce Willis up against the wall is like nothing here but a meat sickle. That's really the only two things I remember from that show.
That's one meme. One meme.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's not forget, which is the world that we're really living in now, which is Demolition Man. I never thought we would get
going to
that.
say Demolition Man. That's now.
Yes.
I would shoot myself if I lived in that world. One restaurant, Taco Bell.
Hey, they had rat burgers.
You cannot gourmet Taco Hell.
Well, I'm afraid that we're ending up towards idiocracy.
Yeah, that was my next thought. It's the quantum thread right there. Do I need to hold up the sign?
You got to find a way to make it just dangle in front of the camera, so you got both hands free. Just like
I know. I need to
fishing line and some glue and just hang it right there.
I'll figure out some practical effects. I'll hit a button with my foot and it'll just.
There was this book I once read. It was basically the end of the world, and all the scientists and no one had the ability to fix it. So the head guy goes out to a lake. Everybody asks him where he's going. He's like, I have less than 24 hours on this earth before it blows up. Okay, where are you going? To this lake. What are you going to do with the lake? I'm going to go fish. And that was the last word of the book. I'm going to go fish.
That was kind of my view was, depending on what went on. But actually, Nathan, what I think you need to do is you need to have those old applause signs, and you just need to put it into quantum. So also it lights up behind you. So we all have to,
I was thinking really old school, and the what was that show with Groucho Marx, The Secret Word, and the freaking the bird would come down, with the freaking, you said the secret word, and then the quantum sign would come down, being held by like a stuffed parrot or something.
Was that a plucked chicken or a plucked duck?
I think it was a chicken. That sounds funnier.
Was that chicken was it?
I think so.
I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about.
I think all our gooses are cooked if shit don't change real fast.
I think that everyone's starting to realize that, except apparently the people in Washington, D.C. That's what gets me about this. It's just
I don't know if I would mind The Walking Dead too much.
Well, here's the isn't that college campuses nowadays?
Ever since they legalized pot, kinda.
Well, no. Did you see Babylon Bee? They had a joke where they did it where else, and people it's the Walking Dead, but they turned them into woke. It's all of a sudden like they come over and all of a sudden their hair turns purple.
And piercings start growing out of their faces.
Oh, it's you'll have to see. It's just a little short thing, and then he says there must be a cure, and he throws in Thomas Sowell, and he starts reading it. And he's like, "Oh, I'm back to normal." So, anyway, I actually find more of this, extraterrestrial. What do I call it? It's not just extraterrestrial because that can be anything. It's just the extra paranormal. What I want to also call it, the fringe science, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but it just reminds me of I've been having issues with my feet and going to the doctor isn't helping. I'm like, look, I'll go to alternative medicine, and I don't want to say it's bad science. I just want to say it's science that is not accepted by the by the powers that be, regardless of
Mhm.
whether it's true or not.
Right.
It's just like the American Medical Association hating chiropractors. But I've talked to so many people that have been helped. Well, there's probably something to it. I don't have to agree to everything that they say, but
Oh,
if it helps people, then that has to go. Which I mean, people may laugh at this, but I use leeches whenever I start getting inflammation in my feet, and those
that's
have
so weird you brought up leeches because I was just thinking leeches about a second ago. When you brought up the American.
But yeah, bring out the
American
sign there,
Medical-
Nathan. Bring out the sign.
I found out my local hospital has leeches. I'm like,
Oh, well, you know what? If I could do it, I would show you the ones, and because I have I'm going to go over and try getting the deep tissue massage. But I'll tell you this much: they work. Using those allowed me not to go take all these drugs from like a leave and everything. And I'm like, look, those destroy your kidneys. And by my understanding, the only thing
Yeah, they
they
do.
don't.
I hope your local hospital.
But when you hear about leeches, which is funny, the whole reason that they disappeared is because they nearly went extinct in Europe. It's not because they didn't work. No, they may have.
Because they work too well.
Well, it's because everyone used them, and they didn't breed them, and also now they're completely protected as endangered. But certain breeds, the breed I have is not. But I'm like they do more for that is they'll give me 24 hours of pain relief. And other than a little bit of wrapping my foot up to get some blood, man, it removes so much of the pain. It does. It allows it to heal faster, and I'm just like, wow. But that's non-traditional medicine, and you look at it and go, why does everything have to be? We're going to cut you open and give you drugs, and that will somehow improve you.
It's almost like Mother Nature planned ahead of time for us and put stuff out here in the planet for us to use with specific purposes that we would, not normally think of, but yet there they are. Here, use this because it's natural and, it's actually its purpose is to help us humans, just like dogs.
it's
Oh, well,
when it-
rotifers in the ocean are eating oil.
Yep.
what are
Where did they come from?
Rotifers. Joe, say it again.
Rotifers are in the ocean are eating oil from.
And the same thing with those with when we talk about fungi. Fungi will eat the diesel and make it and yet this is not something that's talked about very much. They talk about it a little bit, but there's that. What was the other one I was looking at?
There was a bacteria they found that eats plastic.
Dude,
Yes.
God damn it. God damn it. You just read my freaking mind. I was drinking water and I'm going, yeah, what about those things that eat plastic? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, we all been talking. Wait. Well, I know the problem here. We all been talking too long, and we're linking up. It needs to stop.
Hey, dude,
No one needs
we
to
do
go
not.
here.
There's a
Don't
word
like
for that.
it. Yeah, it's called our periods are linking up.
We're cycling. Is that what you're saying there, Shadow? We're cycling together now.
Pretty much. Real quick. Oh, Omen.
Yeah.
Let me be the first to welcome you to our little secret, that being the Quantum Show. This is how we get away from all that other bullshit, especially the gaming that we've been up to our eyeballs in all week. This is what I do. This is what Connell does. This is what Nathan does, even though he's not as big a gamer as the rest of us. But this is how we clean our palate. Cleanse our palate, cleanse our soul from all the other crap, and we come here on Saturday night to do what we're doing right now for as long as Nathan can stay awake. And this is how we recharge for the upcoming week, so that we can be ready. So Sunday we can do all the physical relaxing, if you will, and then Monday we are fully recharged up for the rest of the hell week that is ahead of us. You each pick your own brand of hell, because that's your life, my life, etc. But this is what we do every week for several months now, and I think each and every one of us are now much better people from having had this little get together. So I hope you'll come back next week. And
I try to, but boy, even though I'm staying up way later than I should, I try going to bed at midnight my time. And I know that, and sometimes Nathan, you talk about stuff like, all right, it's a little too far for me, but I think there's a lot of stuff out there. Whether but I think, and this is something I do not like about a lot of people is, you don't have to agree with someone, but let's see what their logic is and what their experiences are, and you can maybe learn something. And you don't have to agree. What it gets me about it is, not that we all have to agree, and I know you're talking about this, I have to joke about it, is we're quantum entangled right now. That's why it's
absolutely 100% correct. And trust me, each and every one of us is very different from the other, but we can come here and we can talk our theories and our ideas and, et cetera. And, we're not going to just laugh you off the microphone type of thing here. We will, if you've got, stuff to contribute to the conversations, then, just like our buddy James L., who's there in the chat right now. I wish he was here, but let's. I think when we're all done here, let's do our own version of a little prayer for James, because I don't know about you guys, but I miss him.
I want James to get better. I want this to be over for him, and he'd come back stronger.
Mm-hmm.
James is listening. Well, I think he's still here. Chinese medicine. You too, Omen. Look into Chinese medicine. It's all food therapy.
I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at deep massage for breaking some of this stuff up. But I can say
right.
This. I got so tired of going to the doctor, and I would come in and I'd say, okay, this is my problem. I literally had like tendons and things, and said this hurt, and they'd say, well, we want to make sure your foot isn't broken. I'm like, you know what? I've come in here 3 times with this crap over different things, and all you can do is give me drugs, and you're going to say, well, just do this. I said, you're not resolving the issue, and I think that's the problem with modern medicine, and this is why I start looking at, and I tried doing a lot of stuff and said, okay, does this work? I noticed that massage does help. I noticed I got so desperate a couple years ago, I bought leeches. I said, this can't be any worse. And I went, oh my God, this actually works. And right now, I hate saying it, is I've got a couple of them in there, and I'm going, well, I just have to feed you, even though when I'm not that hurting, because, but the other thing I hate, speaking of which is just, not that I mind killing animals if there's a reason, but why in the world they don't give people, like, they'll put a leech on and say, well, we have to kill it. Why can't you just send it home with me, and I'll use it as a pet, and I'll feed it when I need to? It's not like they take that. They take like 1 or 2 ounces of blood total. And I have really big ones, and that's about as much as they take. Don't get me wrong, there are some bigger ones, but they're super.
I've seen some huge ones.
Well, but those are for buffalo, and those require special things. But I mean, the ones that I have they get up to about 6 inches long. They get up to probably a little over an ounce at maximum when they're full, and then they don't eat anything for a year. I'm like, why am I going to kill them when they're benefiting me?
Wait a minute.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You feed them once a freaking year?
Well, I let them drink until they're completely full, which is anywhere from 6 to 12 months.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's how long they'll.
That's freaking amazing.
Oh, and they get pretty fat. I mean, the ones here, like I said, is if my camera doesn't show up, unfortunately. I don't know what it is. It did earlier this week, but I don't know what's going on right now. Otherwise, I'd show you the 3 that I have, and then I've got about.
No, I really don't want to see them.
Oh, okay. That's
I believe you. It's just, if you think about it, that's freaking amazing.
And the problem that I had is that the first ones I got, they weren't that hungry, so it took like a month before they would even bite down, which tells you how long I was suffering for stuff. But these, they gave me some really hungry ones, and it only takes like a minute, and they've latched on. And actually, I probably meant to do that. I may do that tomorrow morning, just to get off.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Before we spiral off into the rest of the galaxy,
Yes.
Take you an onion, okay?
Okay.
You said your feet, and you have to get massages. That ring a big bell, right? Take you an onion. It doesn't matter what kind of onion, right? Cut you some thick slices, like thick hamburger slices.
Okay.
Put them on the bottom of your feet. Put your socks on and go to sleep.
Oh yeah. The onions will soak out the toxins that's in your foot. I've heard of that before.
Yeah. And go to sleep with the onions down there after your massage, after whatever you're intend to do. But
Yeah.
onions on your feet. Try it. You said your feet, and I was like, that's something. I know this, and I wanted to tell you before we quantum entangled somewhere else.
No, I appreciate that, and I'll say this.
And what does that do, Nathan?
It sucks the toxins through the feet out of your body, but specifically in the feet because it's a local area, and it attracts. It's something I'm not really sure the mechanical process behind it, but something about the acids interacting with our pH balance. See, I don't know. I can't say I know anything about it. I just have seen so many people do that, and it do something for them. And it's onions as you sleep in your socks. Fuck it, why not? You're using leeches. These are onions. Just season their food for them.
Well, no. I'm not. I don't mind. Well, right now I think that it's like carpal tunnel syndrome right now in my feet, called Martin's neuroma.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the more I look into it and the more I've done it, I just think I just need the deep massage to break up some of the fascia, and that will help. But then after I do that, which is supposed to happen on Tuesday, I have no problem sleeping with onions in my socks. It sounds funny, but I'm like,
it does sound funny. That's why nobody talks about it, because it sounds like, oh my God, that's bunk. Well, yeah, it isn't. Chinese medicine has addressed all these things.
Oh yeah, this is why I believe that there's a lot of the non-traditional stuff, and even stuff that your grandmother came up with for things. Speaking of which, just talking about how we lost some stuff. How many people even know how to can anymore?
I do.
I mean, we're talking basic stuff, and yet people.
I do. You haven't heard me bitch about people needing to go back to school to take home ec.
No. Yes, I have. I did hear you talk about that.
And he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. And if you have a chance, get the book, The Lost Ways. It's an old school survival book from the Great Depression.
I have to look for that one.
Yeah, because we're going to go through that in about a hot minute, and we're going to be, right smack dab in the middle of a depression. It's just fucking seconds away.
I mean, that's one of the reasons I just wish it had been delayed a bit, but that was part of the reason that I bought this property that I did earlier this year. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'm going to have to go probably next month when I have a week off while my parents are visiting. And I'm going to start planting some pomegranates. I said, look, if we go to the nuclear war, that's different. I said, I probably won't survive it. But if we don't, and we just go into a depression, just putting up some fruit trees, I said, those will benefit us for decades.
I know where I'm going.
I got 4 different types of pomegranates. I got star cherries. I got a couple of cherries, some apricots, some jujubes. And I was trying to find stuff that was more drought tolerant. Oddly enough, though, as I kept killing things by overwatering. But once I realized what I was doing, and then I got a couple of olive.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard grapes are drought tolerant. They love to suffer.
That's part of the reason that you cut off.
They love this weather out here.
If you cut the leaves, that's part of it is that you want to cut the leaves. But grapes are grown everywhere. I'm just not a huge fan of grapes, but I do like pomegranates, and I like to try a juju.
I fucking love grapes.
I know. Okay, I know how to make hooch out of grapes, so I'm a home brewer.
What's the Are you familiar with jujubes? They're kind of like a Chinese date, is what they call them.
No, but I can look into them and figure out if I can turn them into alcohol for you.
You
You
can
can probably
turn
turn anything to
lawn
alcohol.
clippings
they
into
can
alcohol.
be. They've got plenty of sugar.
Anything with sugar can turn into alcohol, basically. But
I have a
You know,
I know this guy that turned orange juice into alcohol. It was weird tasting. It got you there. It'll get you where you're wanting to go, but it was weird.
I used to bribe
talking
my
about
ex with blueberry
preparations.
beer. That was the best money I ever spent. It was like $8 for a 6-pack of blueberry beer, and she could be as mad as I wanted when I was getting my son, and she'd be like super nice. Here, have a blueberry beer.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, talking about preparations, you may want to look at Kurt Saxon. He has a bunch of books out on preparations, and he's researched things that were done in the 1800s and 1700s and put them out as books. And he's got like grandfather's book of chemistry, my grandfather's book of electricity.
He didn't do the Lost Ways though, did he?
No, he didn't do the Lost Ways, but I imagine what's in the Lost Ways is also in some of his books. And he also did the Poor Man's James Bond.
Oh, that's on my list.
Who knows that title? It's available free on the internet.
Yeah, so's a red flag for looking it up though.
Huh.
I've downloaded it several times to different computers. No problem. Of
Yeah,
course,
that
then
the
again,
cook.
I can.
You know, speaking of which, sorry.
Well, Joe, you and I are already flagged.
Oh, you're right.
What?
Right. Oh, did you see
They
that?
don't care what.
Did you see
Go ahead.
the Air Force? I mean, the airport picture I sent over Facebook, where the airport is up the side of a mountain at White Sands.
Yeah, I did see that.
Location of that. I gave that location to Frank Butch because there's nothing there. I think it's
Well, that's interesting.
I'm going to bring
give
up
up on
something.
me.
I'm going to bring up something that's a little, I guess, well, two things. One is, and I've talked to one lady, talked about old remedies, and everyone seems to have cedar fever here, which is the salt juniper spraying out all of the pollen.
Because you're in Texas.
Oh, it's horrible. Well, one lady said just grab one of the berries and eat it, and that usually got rid of her allergies. I was like, oh, okay, I'll try that next time. I just thought that was really weird. That was one. But then the other thing was you're talking about, some UFO stuff. Is in 1982, I saw what looked like the B-2 bomber flying over, except instead of being black, it was in green. When I was a little kid over in Germany. And so all my friends saw that. They said, oh, that was a UFO. That was a UFO. And yet when you listen to the military, it's like, oh, they didn't even do this until 1984. And I went, bull, I saw the exact same outline of that in 1982. And I know it was 82 because I was a certain age and we were in Germany in 84. We'd come back to the US.
Oh, you fine gentlemen in shadow. I'm gonna call it quits. I got a busy day tomorrow. Plus, I got
hey, we might be on for the regular time at 2 my time because the little guy is probably not going to the air show tomorrow because he's just burnt.
Oh, really? Okay, that's unfortunate. Hopefully he enjoys.
Well, he went today. He went today for JROTC, and they wanted him to come back again so he could just stand there and usher people and stuff. And he's just like, yeah, I did. He got up today at 5:00 in the morning to go on a bus to Edwards Air Force Base, and he had a lot of fun, but he's a kid. 2 days in a row, free labor, and he's
I do think there is something to be said for keeping the Sabbath day holy and trying to keep away from, not burning yourself out.
Yeah.
There's something I was going to say. Oh, yeah.
We lost
Everybody
Joe.
have a good evening and keep it weird.
The last thing he said was, "I think you're going to have to give up on me." And I'm like, I didn't understand what he meant. I just messaged him.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe it's technical difficulties.
Or maybe he was washed out too.
Yeah, it is almost midnight my time.
Yeah.
But
My problem is I do the show right after doing 6 hours, almost 7 hours of gaming with Bruce. That just wears me out.
there he is. And then you did 2 hours with me. So did Omen. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Get some rest, man.
And
everybody, you all have a good night. Have a good weekend. Keep it strange.
You too.
But in a fun way.
Keep it quantum.
Keep it quantum? All right. That's your line. I can't take your line. I want to say keep it weird.
Let's just keep it all together.
I don't want to keep it together. It gets sticky. Wait, that's not right.
God.
Oh, the visual.
Keep it Astro?
No.
Man, just go watch his Bruce show. The last 30 minutes of it, it gets bad. All right, talk to y'all later.
Take it easy, man.
See you later.
No, I mean, Nathan, I appreciate you telling me all these little remedies. And here's the thing, especially if they don't hurt or they're not expensive, you have nothing to lose. Like an onion.
Right.
I'm like, look, I can put an onion in my sock. The worst that will happen is it does nothing. Well, I guess it makes my teeth smell like onions.
It won't. That's the thing about onions. Onions are weird. They won't do that. You could wear an onion in your armpits and you won't smell at all. Onions are awesome.
Yeah, I had. Yeah, it's probably my favorite vegetable, to be honest.
Yeah, onions are great. I mean, for real. I'm not. Look it up. I didn't invent this stuff. Look it up.
Yeah, I know. I constantly have to tell my family the same thing. It's not my idea. I'm just going by somebody else's idea, and it works. Or they say it works. Try it.
What amazes me on all these things, and now I'm not saying. Now, don't get me wrong. Leeches, they say that you don't feel them. There's only out of these 3 leeches I had, only one of them did I not notice. I noticed there was a little bit of rasping, and that was about it. But the others, I'm like, ow, that definitely hurts. But I think that's, I always hated that. Just be honest with someone. But, at one point, like you're saying, is try stuff out. If it doesn't have any negative effects, if it doesn't work, then why is there such anger? Just like I like doing the Wim Hof stuff every so often. I don't know if you guys have done that.
Never even heard of it.
Oh, it works. So what it is you're basically training yourself on learning in how to breathe. It sounds funny. Basically, you're hyperventilating. If you watch it, but it's just 3 things. Is you're supposed to mix it with cold water. So you want to get, which is kind of hard in Texas until the winter. So it's now finally get to that point. Number 2 is you do a lot of breathing, which is about 10 to 20 minutes. And then number 3 is you're supposed to do some regular exercise. And it's like, and you do that about 20 or 30 times. And then
I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Yeah. Well, and I did it, as I said, because someone recommended it. I said, all right, you know what? I'll pay whatever the little thing is to try it. Being in Iraq, and it was super stressful. And I noticed after doing it for 6 weeks, like nothing fazed me. Nothing. Like I was like, you hit that natural euphoria where you also get all the endorphins and everything. And you're just like, In the meantime, people are screaming at each other, and I feel like I was in if anyone watched Office Space, where he's watching the where they're making him imagine all this stuff. He's like, he's hearing the luau in the background. That thing in the back. That's how I felt. I was like, wow. It's a very powerful thing, and I think that's one of the techniques that I wish that they would teach more people. It's funny, and all these things they want to put in drugs for that we can like just simple stuff that we can do, like you said, with onions and stuff like that. Why spend all this other money on stuff when an onion is about as cheap as you can get? Yeah.
Because it doesn't earn the stockholders any money.
Right.
Pretty
Oh, I
much.
know. That's what is but I'm like, there's nothing that hurts. Well, just like when they talk about unpasteurized milk, and they talk about how bad it is. Don't get me wrong, if it's contaminated, you'll always have problems. But my son drank, he hated the milk because that's what the goats ate, but he drank unpasteurized milk since he was a little kid. And the only time his mom got sick was the one time the goat stepped in the milk and she didn't want to throw it away. And I'm like, look, if it's contaminated, toss it. That was but she's been milking goats for almost 10, well, I guess it's almost 12 years or so.
Can I ask
I
you a
would
quick
start.
question about your?
Sure.
Ask you a quick question about your 1960s experience with the B2. Are you sure that wasn't a Vulcan?
I
Which
thought he
one
said
is-
They
82.
really have a
82.
82. Okay.
The question
Well,
still
even at
applies,
that,
though.
still
Oh.
applies. The Vulcan and the B2 share a very similar shadow outline, if you want to call it that.
It was in plain day, and it was not black. It was in red. But let me see. What type
I thought
of
you said
Vulcan?
green.
Spell
was
it, Joe.
Yeah.
VULCAN, bomber aircraft.
Let me see. Okay. Let me see. No, that was not it, because the end of it looked different. It looked just like a B-2 bomber.
Okay, because the Vulcan was used quite extensively, and from the ground, if you saw it, I could see how you could, especially if you saw it from behind, how you could mistake it for a B2.
No, it looks just like the B-2, except if you use the color for the Vulcan. But you notice in how the B-2 bomber has those little triangles in the back? That's what it looked like right there. I just looking at that Vulcan, it didn't have the same thing. It's that the end of it was very, very different. It looked just like the B-2.
That was my thought also, the Vulcan.
But I'm looking at it, and we saw it from the ground as it was coming over, and that's exactly what it looked like. Was the back of it, and then the front was kind of somewhat swept. But yeah, and all the other kids were there, and we're like, that's just. And don't get me wrong, I was used to seeing tons of airplanes, but this was an airplane I was not used to seeing.
Yeah, because I live out here. I live out here near Alamogordo. And of course, that's where the B2 is stationed.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a mixture of the B2 and the Vulcan before they ever said anything about the B2. And from certain angles, they look like the same plane.
Okay, the way it looked like to me was exactly the back was what I saw for it, and it was big. It was not like the smaller one, but it looked just like this. And to be fair, it could have just been an experimental aircraft that they had, because they had the flying wings before. But when I heard 1984, I'm like, hold on, I saw this thing in 1982. And so did all my friends. It was like that, because we all thought it was a UFO. We all thought it was a UFO at the time, because it didn't look like any other aircraft we'd seen. And to be fair, that was Europe. So, you can fly a lot of stuff. It's just like when I lived over by Eglin Air Force Base, and all the stuff that goes on out there. At a certain point, you don't even blink when you start seeing weird things, because you just assume it's normal military operations.
Google the YB-49 bomber.
Okay. It could have been something like that. I still think that it had the sharper edges at the back. It's hard to remember this now, but
Right.
it was but it was a flying wing. It was, and the only thing that may have happened is looking at it is I think that it did not have as much of a point that the B2 did on that front edge. So it looked almost like it looked like a combination between the 49 and the B2. So the back looked like the 49 and the front looked like the back looked like the B2 and the front looked like the YV49. But
it sounds like you're describing that thing that they had in that the Germans never had it. It was in Indiana Jones, and it never
Comet?
flew.
The Comet?
Maybe. I don't.
That was tiny, though.
Yeah, no, it was big.
Oh, no, not that one. Not that one. The big one. The one that chopped up the guy.
Oh. No, this was a weird thing.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't know why I thought the Comet. But that was crazy. That was
the Comet's cool, but not that one.
Yeah, no.
What?
So yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that's what I saw in 1982, and who knows, like they could be doing a lot of test flights, and not that anything's, it may, but like I said, it was painted green, so it was painted green, so it was very different than, what we saw later on. So it may have not had the reflective radar or anything. They could just been testing out a plane just purely for urban.
Or it could have been one of them. Yeah, there's an airplane, an ultralight club near here at this little airport right down the road from here, and they fly the craziest things. Joe,
Yeah.
You were. Go ahead.
That was what?
You were signaling.
No, I was getting rid of a mosquito.
Okay.
But yeah, it was definitely a big plane. I mean, that's the thing is I remember it was bigger because we used to have a lot of the flyovers because we used to hear sonic booms, which is funny because I had never heard a sonic boom since I left Germany for the most part, even when I lived in Eglin Air Force Base. That's what I thought. Now, don't get me wrong; it's everyone complaining about sonic booms. The Growler, which is the F-35. My parents should hate that one because it's not like the F-15s and several other things that flew over. And I was used to having helicopters fly over because my father was a helicopter pilot. Helicopters. I love the sound of helicopters. Don't get me wrong. I especially. I know that Shadow's looking for his son for doing stuff. I said, if your son's going to go into flights, man, the C-130s are just awesome.
Yeah, he's already on the flight simulator every chance he gets.
Oh, but I love the C-130s, boy. When you fly in those suckers, they go in all sorts of different places. Now, if your son wants to just be a taxi, between point A, point B, and point C, then the C-17 is really cool. That one works just fine, but you're not going to go to some of the more remote locations.
I've been in a C-130 one time, and I was cargo.
I flew because in Afghanistan it would flash from point A to point B, and actually they did the same thing when I was in Iraq for the civilians. They'd fly us in and fly us out, and You're right. I remember flying a C-130, which I guess they had cargo, and then they said, "Oh well, we have some free seats," and I liked it because as soon as we took off, they're like, "You know what? You can lay on the floor and sleep." I said, "Man, I'd love to do this on commercial air flight. Screw this! I can wear my earphones and the whole thing." And that's why when I hear everyone talk, I know Shadow talks about this about, "Oh, you can't sleep in armor. You can't sleep in this." I said, "When you're tired,
bullshit. You can. I did it."
Exactly. You're like, okay, and adrenaline keeps you going for a long time. So,
had a glitch.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? I think that is the universe saying we're done.
Well, Nathan, I appreciate you letting me on.
Hey, you're welcome to come back. You have some good experience and good points. And leeches, it's horrifyingly awesome, like my goggles.
You know what?
Oh yeah, you didn't even get to talk about.
That's okay. First hour. I did first hour.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
all
What did you
good.
talk about the first hour? I missed part of that. I mean,
Yeah.
because
Well, that was like 4 hours ago.
the little people is what I started coming in when you guys were talking about.
Oh yeah, that was way beyond that.
Okay.
My dicyanin. These. Do you know what dicyanin is?
It sounds familiar. I can't place it
Okay.
right now.
It started off as medical imaging, and I suspect it was being used as to compete with X-ray, but it didn't work. They couldn't make it work, and it went to holistic, and then it just got forgotten as bunk. And then the Army got a hold of it and said, "Huh, we want to make a night vision scope. The first Starlight scopes in Vietnam were using dicyanin. Well, they didn't work for their purposes. They started reporting all the fantasy creatures, right? Dragons, elves, aliens, all kinds of weird stuff. And something else that happened was they checked out the soldiers, the shooters that were using them, and their pineal glands had begun to decalcify. And I'm like, oh, third eye? I'm all over it. So, but it didn't work. So they made it illegal for a long time. And then they didn't exactly make it illegal, but they made it special handling and special qualifications to get it. I found that out from the guy, from the tarot guy, Museum of Tarot. He makes them. He's local to here, and it's awesome. But yeah, Connell says he doesn't want his filters to be removed by something like this. So he doesn't he doesn't want to be scared by it. I'm looking for the Fae. I'm looking for all those things, and people say they're called aura goggles. Got them right here. They look like welder's goggles. These are not okay. The lenses are the trip, right?
Yeah.
The lenses, the frames are $4 on Amazon. Okay, they're nothing. They're just plastic. But
You know what that reminds me of is when they talk about the ability to put the ether goggles or whatever on.
That's them. This is them. This is exactly what they're talking about. This is exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like them. It's them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's them. And I've been taking video and putting up small, I call them quantum solos and quantum shorts, about just walk-arounds with these stuck in front of my camera. They're not supposed to be able to do anything with a camera, but people are finding things in the videos. I can't see them. It doesn't seem to affect me. I must be in that 10% that aren't eligible to use them for whatever reason. But then I have other things going on too, so I might not need them. To be totally honest, because I don't know how many shows you've been here for, but all kinds of stuff has been opening up for me, and that's how this got started, with Shadow's encouragement.
Well, good.
And yeah.
All right,
I couldn't help it. I see talent, and that's what I do, man. I recognize great people, and I try to get them together.
Well, and I don't know what to believe, but I'm also the kind of thing as I get older, and especially when I start hearing them talk about some psychedelics and stuff, and people start having similar things for quantum, you're like, there's probably something more, and the question really comes down to, are you playing with powers you shouldn't be playing with? which always
Well,
comes
who
down.
determines what we should or shouldn't be playing with? I don't have uranium here, you
No,
know.
no. What I mean is from a spiritual level, of a higher level. I don't mean government
Oh,
does what
okay.
government is. That's what I'm referring to. Is we're talking about. That's what I'm referring to. Is it's the same thing of if you look into the abyss looks into you. And I'm not saying that's what's going on. It's just there are certain areas you're like, I don't feel comfortable about going over there, so I'll just I'll wall a little bit of
Right.
that off to protect you. And to
Just
be
walk a
fair,
little bit on the wild side and see how it affects you.
Well, the same thing of like whenever you're starting to talk about charms and stuff like that, does it protect you? It's one thing to deal with forces that you don't know if you know how to deal with them. It's another just to go wander around and say, yeah. And I know that Nathan talked about that the last time. I think that I sat in for the show was talking about the energy you put out, is the energy you get back.
Yes.
So there's a lot of that. So
Law of attraction.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I'll let you go because I know it's getting late for you, and I know it's really late for me. So I appreciate it.
The show is 4 hours, and it is 2 a.m. here. This
It's
part
1
2
a.m.
is 4 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for coming in, and yeah, you're in.
Oh, cool.
And I'm gonna talk to you real soon, Omen. I want to talk to you about a couple little things.
Sure.
Tell you the secret handshake and that sort of thing. It was great having you here both shows, Omen.
Uh-oh.
It's-
I just heard the boss. Okay, I'm gonna have to go.
All right.
Okay,
Take care,
Joe.
Joe. Nice to meet
Talk
you.
Joe,
to you
have a
soon,
great
Joe.
week. You too, Omen. Nathan, hang out for just a second after you
Okay.
turn off the show.
All
Okay.
right. Take care. Bye.
Bye, guys. Have a great week.
Okay. Going
Joe's
off
still here.
of
Joe's
live.
still here.
Joe? Oh, yeah,
Oh,
he
there
is.
he
He just turned his camera off. There he goes. Okay. All right. Quantum Show ended, and this was a good one. More people
Yeah, it was.
showed up. Alien Girl showed up. Oh my God, she showed up
That's
earlier. That was
That's
awesome.
cool.
I've been trying to get her on here and a couple other people, but Alien Girl is like, yeah, I got her coffee cup.
That's cool. I actually have subs that are some pretty big people in the game world. I know the exact feeling. I mean, when people with 10,000 plus subs sub to you,
Yeah,
you're doing something right, dude. You know it.
yeah.
I mean, I got
and
one guy who's got 100,000 subs and he's subbed to me, and I'm like, I'm nobody. But
Yeah. Rich Giordano from Groupon tried to get in, but I think there was a miscommunication with the links because I sent him a link, and I can't send a link from the phone, place it on the computer without shutting down the show. And I'm like,
hey, I just learned how to do links Friday. So I posted a link to your show from my show so that people could actually find it. And that's why Omen got here before me.
It's still on StreamYard. Yeah, it's still, you didn't have to shut down your show to be able to go to it. I have to shut down my show to be able to go to it and get, okay, anyway, see, that's why I need to get a webcam and a backdrop and do
all
it
I'm
from
using
the
is a
computer.
all I'm using is a $200 tablet.
Yeah, I'm using basically a $40 phone. So yeah, I know the feeling. And it's been going well, but
I got to get a laptop. But I'm waiting for Christmas or January to do that, and just because I want to see the best price.
Right.
I mean, I could do it right now, but I don't want to pay top dollar. I'm cheap.
Me too. Okay, into the show. This has been a good one. Like I said,
Absolutely,
this has
guys.
been awesome.
Thanks for stopping by.
And yeah, so take care of
James,
yourselves.
if you're still out there, we're all going to pray for you, and I can't wait to talk to you again real soon, buddy.
I got a candle with your name on it. Going quantum. Keep it quantum, people.
Absolutely.